Mighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established amongst us for all generations.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from Mr. Hansen Narayan Singh, member for Claxton Bay, and Mr. Hans Devines, member for Dago Martin West, who have both requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is hereby granted. And can I, at this time, also, honourable members, ask you to please join me in acknowledging the presence of the students and teachers of the Hugh Wooding Law School who are attached to the Intellectual Property Office Law Clinic. They are here with us in the public gallery at today's sitting of the House. Please welcome them into Parliament.
Papers.
Leader of the House.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. The audited financial statements of the Development Finance Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2024. The annual report of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, FIUTT, for the year ended September 30th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that paper 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that paper 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following paper as listed on the order paper. In the name of the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Regulations 2026. Thank you.
Urgent questions.
Where are the questions? For the Spain North St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Minister of Homeland Security. In light of the shootings and the subsequent death of one person in Davis Street, Belmont last night, during the state of emergency, would the Minister please advise what steps have been taken to ensure that the constituents of Belmont are safe and not at risk of reprisal attacks?
Sir.
Mr. Speaker, again, thank you for the question. But then I should ask the question, why? However, we'll answer that a little later this evening. Mr. Speaker, the police service continues to monitor that situation in Belmont. We did not in any way ignore Belmont, because Belmont is a part of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, if you understand crime and criminality, you will understand that persons move from location to location at times and sometimes return. We cannot monitor everybody, Mr. Speaker. However, the police continue to redeploy officers in other areas of Belmont, and also target specific gangs which continue to network in their criminal ways in and around Belmont. We have increased in the Belmont area the preventative detention orders. Mr. Speaker, we continue to do firearm and raids, seizure in the Belmont and other parts of Port of Spain. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the member for St. Anne's East, West, let me fix it, St. Anne's West. Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, all right. Mr. Speaker, over 137 names we have presently asking why we do not communicate with the good member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, and implement the zone in the Belmont area. Mr. Speaker.
Minister, I think the 2 minutes are up. Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. First supplemental.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I smiled because it was so predictable an answer. Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member for Tunapuna, would he kindly advise this House, through you, and the wider population of Trinidad and Tobago, why it is that the government has not sought to implement the social side of the Zozo bill and to appoint the stakeholders as they can, and also why they...
Have a seat, have a seat. Have a seat, have a seat. All right. I think, okay, quietly for you, I think the question on its face, plainly and obviously, is impermissible. Second, if there is a second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, based on the answer given by the member for Tunapuna, asking about the Zozo bill and the 137 alleged persons asking him as to why it hasn't been implemented, on behalf of the 26,000 other members of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, would the member please tell us why they cancelled the work and training programs for the members of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West?
I think the member knows that the question has no bearing and connection to the primary question. Okay, disallowed. Member for Rima.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Land and Legal Affairs, what is the government's immediate plan to address the potential withdrawal of the Hilton International from Trinidad and Tobago?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in response to the opposition leader, I wish to inform this honourable House that the talks and conversations are actively ongoing with the Hilton and the government of Trinidad and Tobago. I would not want to give any further details of those talks in order to cause it to prejudice any future outcome of this particular matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Laventille West, supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, through you, can the Honourable Minister indicate whether there is an existing contract with Hilton and the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, please? An existing contract. as we speak.
Member, have you read the question? Okay. I don't think that that's rationally connected to the question. I don't think it bears a rational connection to the primary question. Let me put it that way, right? All right, quiet the furor. The rule is the supplemental question must bear a rational connection to the primary question. With the existence of a contract bears no rational connection to the primary question. I rule that. So, Member Farima.
Thank you kindly. Honourable Minister, could you tell us when did those talks start with Hilton?
A permissible question. Minister?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that the member for River would ask that question because the talks with Hilton started under their administration in 2023, Mr. Speaker. And it will take this administration to settle all of those matters. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. You're lucky.
Question number 3, Member Farima.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. To the Honourable Minister of Health, in the light of the escalating impasse with nurses, what is the government's immediate plan to prevent service disruption across hospitals? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the member for her question. Mr. Speaker, the government is not aware of any impasse with nurses, and therefore, furthermore, of any escalating impasse with nurses. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to work with all healthcare professionals, including nurses, on improving the quality of our healthcare services and indeed the quality of life of all of our healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank our highly committed and dedicated nurses for the services they continue to provide to our citizens on a daily basis.
Member Farima.
Minister, having regard to your answer, are you aware that the nurses are intending to protest as it relates to their perception of certain impasse taking place at this time?
Minister.
Thank you, Member. Member, indeed, I am aware of that. And in fact, some sort of protest action would have taken place at Sandy Grande Hospital at lunchtime today. I think it's important for the population to understand that the government is treating with nurses and treating with all matters in front of nurses, but for the population to understand that of the 383 nurses rostered at the Eastern Regional Health Authority today, the absentee rate was just 21. So our nurses continue to support the healthcare system, and we thank them for that.
Martin, Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In view of the Minister's response, and in view of the fact that the Trade Union for Nurses has said they will intensify industrial action if and withhold extra duty if the government continues with its plan with respect to pool nurses, can the Minister state, in the context of that, industrial unrest and withdrawal of labor by nurses, why he is saying there is no impasse?
Honourable Minister, as best as you can, I suppose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The information to the government is that there is no impasse. There might be a matter raised by the nurses, but there is no impasse at this point in time, Mr. Speaker.
Member Faruqa Lupino.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Homeland Security, what does the government plan to do to counteract the recent upsurge in kidnappings?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let the member for Aruka Lopino understand that the government doesn't plan. We continue to dismantle those persons involved. Mr. Speaker, we understand what we met here. Because of a reckless border, a reckless government, a reckless former government, a reckless registration process. We have met with persons, gangs and other persons involved. That is why we have this problem today. However, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Coast Guard, Defense Force, Immigration and other persons,
Minister of Homeland Security,
we are working closely together to ensure that what took place a couple of days ago must never happen again. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Martin, Northeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In view of reports of statements made by the Commissioner of Police and alleged kidnappings by Venezuelans within the last 6 months of this administration, is there credible information of a Venezuelan ring committing kidnappings in Trinidad and Tobago?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hold on. The member for Port of Spain, is it West? Diego Martin Northeast? Diego Martin Northeast. All I can say is this. The intelligence of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, I intend to keep the intelligence intelligent. And what I can tell you is this. What I can tell you is this. One could read and understand for themselves what took place the other day on the nation seas and who was involved. All right? So again, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Northeast. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are very recent newspaper reports indicating statements made by the Commissioner of Police and other senior police officers that they have cracked a Venezuelan kidnap ring. What does the government know about this, and what does the government intend to do about this?
All right. I think that question is so plainly and obviously impermissible. It is. It is plainly and obviously impermissible. Okay, overruled. No, that's it. Huh?
You're about to hear it. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I refer the Honorable House and the Speaker to Standing Order number 29, subsection 13. Mr. Speaker, on the last occasion, there are a number of written questions, question number 49 and 56 to the Attorney General, that were supposed to be answered by the 12th of March 2026, which has long since gone with no deferral being requested. Mr. Speaker, I hereby request, as the person who has asked those two questions, that you please do the necessary in accordance with Standing Order 29 and write the delinquent Attorney General.
Aruka Lupino, are you finished with your private conversation whilst I'm on my legs? Well, what has been not, I see we're in a mood, so whilst we're in that mood, let me just, I suppose it takes a lot to decipher some intelligence.
Mr. Speaker, clearly the opposition is baffled by the brilliance of the intelligence.
Well, I can say, seeing that it's going to be that kind of day, at least we have one relief. We are apparently going to be relieved of the vociferous and intense desponding from Diego Martin West. So that I'm eternally grateful for. All right. Insofar as the deferral of the questions, I am advised that the procedure is that it was not really a deferral to which 2913 applies, but right. So I will call on the Leader of the House. The answer is supposed to be circulated. Leader, can you update us as to the circulation of these answers?
Certainly. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Attorney General did advise that the answers are prepared. He is on his way to the House, so later in the proceedings, I'll give a commitment as to whether it will be circulated today or at the next sitting.
What has been North? I suppose that answers your query. Thank you.
Doesn't, Mr. Speaker, because the standing orders clearly state that if you're not going to answer it on the day it is due to be answered, which was the 12th, one must then request a deferral. The point that I made is no deferral having been requested, the delinquent Attorney General is in breach of the standing orders.
Suppose it's easy to ascribe labels to conduct, but everyone here at some point in time breaches the standing orders. Come on. We all know that all of you who would have served on one side of the House or the other would have been run afoul of those standing orders at some point in time. Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, to make the Honourable Member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West a bit satisfied, I asked for deferral for the answers to the next sitting of the House.
All right. I think we've had enough. We spent enough time on this. I am satisfied that the answer is that we'll find out today, and after that we can take such action as may be open to anyone under the standing orders. Okay? But we've wasted enough time on this. So I propose to move on. Honourable members, forgive me, and the students will forgive me for this. I was not informed that we also have a contingent of students from the University of the Southern Caribbean who have also joined us for this session. So kindly also welcome them. I thank you very much. Kindly allow me to the students to apologize for not having acknowledged you earlier in the proceedings. I was entirely unaware of your presence. My apologies.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government is prepared to answer questions 47, 48, and 54 as it appears on the order paper.
Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, question number 47.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In reply to question number 47, Phoenix Park Gas Processors Limited is not procuring any GE General Electric MRI machine and CT scanner.
Port of Spain North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. to the Minister. Is the Minister aware that PPGPL had already procured this specials equipment for South Trinidad's public South Oncology Center directly from the original manufacturer, GE?
Honourable Minister.
If the member has an answer to his own question, I invite him to entertain himself.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that the class clown is in full attendance today.
No. Withdraw the name calling. Withdraw the name calling. Come on. Or it's been not. Right. Have a seat. Thank you.
Speaker, Standing Order 48-4. The member should not only withdraw, but apologize to the member for Birchwood East. That
Participant not, I think, okay, leader. Participant not, I think you know. Hold on. The name calling up. Withdraw and apologize, please.
I withdraw and apologize for the members for Birchwood East. Mr. Speaker, the member for Birchwood East did not answer the question as to whether he is aware that that equipment was already contracted for to be procured from GE.
The problem with that is the way, and you are a very experienced litigator, the way you framed your question. So come on, let's move. Second question.
Mr. Speaker. In the art, supplemental. In the art of the cross-examination technique that Mr. Speaker has referred to, would the minister accept that the chairman of PPGPL and NGC, Mr. Ramdeen, instructed the staff at NGC to cancel the order from GE, the original order, and thereafter instructed them as to who they should procure this equipment from, a company that had never sold such equipment before? Is the minister aware of that fact?
Mr. Speaker, it is very clear what the member filed. It is very clear what I answered. Phoenix Park Gas Processors Limited is not procuring any GE MRI machine, CT scanner, or small pin. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 29-7A.
Mr. Speaker, 48-4, please. Withdraw an apology, please. Withdraw an apology.
If your intention, all right, Minister, all right, we started off and I said it's going to be that kind of day. Let us not turn into another kind of day, please. All right. Minister, if your intention was apologize, withdraw it and let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw and apologize to Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Okay. Question number 48.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, question number 48.
Honourable Minister.
Much. Mr. Speaker, in response to question number 48, 1. When was Mr. Shiva Ramnarayan hired as the Vice President of Finance? Mr. Shiva Ramnarayan was hired as Vice President of Finance on October 14, 2025. In response to 2, what is his remuneration package? The position of Vice President, Finance, Technology and Risk falls under grade L position in the NGC's approved salary scale. The remuneration package paid to Mr. Ramnarayan falls within the range of approved salary for job grade L. In response to the process, which is really part 3 of the question, the position of Vice President, Finance, Technology and Risk was advertised internally and externally in September 2025 in accordance with NGC's employment policy. A formal interview process was held with 5 candidates, internal and external, and Mr. Ramnarayan emerged as the successful candidate. Thank you.
Spain North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, is the Minister aware that Mr. Shiva Ramnarayan was terminated from both CAL and TSTT under questionable circumstances?
Next question. It's not permissible. It has no bearing to what you ask. No.
All right, Mr. Speaker, second supplemental question
Yes.
to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. Is the Minister aware that Mr. Shiva Ramnarayan was first hired as a consultant at NGC by the current chairman of NGC, his friend, Mr. Gerald Ramdeen?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I invite the member to file specific questions on this matter if he wishes and get further information. But I can indicate that the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries is well aware that this is the same Shiva Ramnarayan who refused, Mr. Speaker, and rejected a request to settle the Ministry of National Security debt when someone was a Minister of National Security for security cameras when they wanted to sell the debt along with other debts to
Minister. All right, Minister, that doesn't apply. That's so far beyond the pale of what was asked. Come on, you know. Yes.
To the Minister who is ducking, bobbing, and weaving, is the Minister aware that Mr. Shiva Ramnarayan has a business relationship with Motilal Rampasad, a board member of the NGC, prior to being hired by NGC in his current role?
I don't think that arises. You are free to file that as a question on notice. Fourth, Aruka Lupino.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me. To the Minister of Energy. Minister, what is the remuneration package for grade L in the NGC?
There's a brilliantly worded question that you can file.
Finish. Question number 54.
Question number 54 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In response to question number 54, the following members, the names of members of the committee were Mr. Kevin Ramnarayan, former Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Chairman; Mrs. Shariba Ali Rajak, former Vice President of Finance, Petrotrin; Mr. Gautam Maharaj, former Refinery Manager, Oilfield Workers Trade Union official; Mr. Kelvin Harnanan, former Vice President, Retail and Marketing, Petrotrin; Mr. Kishore Jagru, University Lecturer, Engineering and Maintenance; Mr. Danraj Gulcharan, Electrical Systems; Mr. Leslie Chang, Operations and Process Engineer; Mr. Christopher Jackman, OWTU Branch President, Engineering; Mr. Len Chang Chow, Port, Marine and Shipping Manager, former; Mrs. Anushka Benny Suku, Chemical Engineer 2, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries; Mrs. Rohini Ramai Peters, former Commercial Manager, Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited; Miss Jerry Kamabach, Chemical Engineer, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. In response to Part B, the amount each member is being paid also. To date, no payment has been disbursed to any of the members of the Cabinet-appointed Refinery Reactivation Committee. Payments will be effected upon receipt of the requisite government and board approvals. To Part C, in keeping with the Cabinet decision establishing the committee, Trinidad Petroleum Holdings Limited is the entity responsible for providing any administrative support required by the committee, including the payment of honoraria to the members of the said committee.
Speaker, to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, is the Minister prepared to tell the Parliament what agreement has been made with Patriotic Energy Services Limited with respect to the reopening of the refinery?
That has no bearing to the question. Overruled. Porus Bay North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, would the Minister inform this House whether himself and Nyan Ramnath have had meetings with the representatives for tech?
Have a seat, have a seat. Come on. You know that's not a permissible question. Third question, move on.
It makes no sense asking any questions because you're not answering and whatever is put.
Yes, but you have to ask admissible questions. Right, okay, let's move on. Let's not belabor this point.
Statements by ministers.
Leader of the House.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in consultation with the Chief Whip, it was determined that the way forward would be for both ministers to be allowed to complete their statements beyond the 10 minutes. Neither ministers should be more than a couple minutes beyond the initial 10.
That's it. Minister. Of the People of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been authorized by the Cabinet to make the following statement on the efforts of this government of Trinidad and Tobago to strengthen the delivery of social services and improve support to vulnerable citizens. I rise today not merely to inform this Honourable House, but to speak to the conscience of this nation. I rise to speak for those who cannot stand here themselves, the elderly woman waiting years for her pension, the father who has lost his job and is struggling to feed his children, the differently abled citizen navigating a system that far too long failed to see them. And I rise to say this clearly, without apology and without hesitation. This government has chosen to act where others chose to neglect, to build where others allowed decay, and to deliver where others simply made promises. Mr. Speaker, to us, the People's Ministry is a sacred responsibility. The Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services is not just another ministry. It is the beating heart of the social contract between the state and its citizens. It is the institution through which dignity is preserved, hope is restored, and lives are rebuilt. Through programs such as public assistance, disability grants, senior citizens pension, food support, home repair grants, seed, and disaster relief, we touch the lives of tens of thousands across this nation. And with the expanded responsibility for gender and child affairs, this ministry now stands as the pillar in protecting the most vulnerable among us. Mr. Speaker, let us speak truth in this House today, the truth about what we inherited. Because while the opposition leader may justifiably bring motions and members opposite may pose questions about staffing constraints, they must first answer to the people of Trinidad and Tobago for what they left behind. Mr. Speaker, 10 uninterrupted years, 10 years of control over the levers of government. And what did they leave? They left a system buckling under the weight of total neglect, a system riddled with rampant inefficiencies, and a system drowning in massive backlog. Mr. Speaker, as at January 31st, 2026, the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services was managing over 20,859 active cases, with an additional 7,207 cases in backlog. Let me repeat that, Mr. Speaker. 7,207 human stories waiting for help, waiting for relief, waiting for a state that had turned that had turned its back on them. And today, those very same voices on the other side who presided over that collapse now seek to question this government on capacity. Mr. Speaker, that is not accountability. That is political amnesia. Mr. Speaker, the opposition speaks of staffing constraints. But who froze recruitment? Who failed to modernize systems? Who allowed administrative bottlenecks to fester year after year? Who allowed senior citizens to wait and wait and wait? Who allowed persons with disabilities to navigate a system that was anything but accessible? Mr. Speaker, let us call it what it is: a decade of drift, delay, and disregard for the poor and vulnerable. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the people did not elect us on this side to complain. They elected us to correct, and that is exactly what we are doing. From the moment we assumed office in April 2025, under the leadership of Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar and Member for Siparia, this government moved with urgency and with purpose. Mr. Speaker, one of our first interventions was to address the backlog with the National Insurance Board, not through talk, but through action. Through direct coordination, targeted engagement, and accountability mechanisms, we significantly reduced pending verification requests, accelerating access to critical grants like the Senior Citizens Pension. Because, Mr. Speaker, when a pension is delayed, dignity is delayed, and the government refuses to delay dignity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me address directly the question raised by Member for Laventille West. Yes, there were temporary staffing constraints due to vacation leave, but we are not ignoring them. We are fixing them. In March 2026, we recruited 30 social service delivery officers to strengthen frontline service delivery across the country. And let me emphasize, this was not a token exercise. This was a rigorous, merit-based process wherein a first degree in social sciences was the base requirement. Mr. Speaker, the process was as follows: 392 applicants from individuals expressing interest in the position through Employ TT's online portal. 213 persons shortlisted and invited to complete a written assessment exercise comprising of 4 sections that sought to test the applicants' critical thinking skills, analytical and problem-solving skills, planning and organization skills, ethics and confidentiality awareness, and organizational writing skills. Mr. Speaker, the pass mark was set at 75%, in which 52 candidates attained, and the top 30 were selected. Mr. Speaker, we don't see this as patronage, but as professionalism. Mr. Speaker, we don't see this as political favor, but competence in action, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and we did not stop at recruitment. We are currently equipping these officers with a comprehensive training program, and I am proud to share that just this morning, I had the distinct honor of distributing certificates to this cohort of dedicated individuals, marking the successful completion of this critical phase of their preparation focused on ethics, client care, legislative frameworks, and modern service delivery. Because this government understands something fundamental. Our social service is not just about system, it is about people serving people. Mr. Speaker, I wish to signal to this Honorable House that this government is moving beyond patchwork solutions. We are undertaking structural reform. The revised standard means test, SMT as we know it, which was completed in a mere 6 months, will soon be incorporated in assessments and will modernize the way social protection is delivered in Trinidad and Tobago. It will focus on integrated service delivery, data-driven targeting of beneficiaries, improved efficiency and accountability, and a seamless experience for citizens accessing support. Mr. Speaker, the difference between this government and the last is simple. Whilst they saw it as a burden, social services that is, we see it as a duty. They allowed systems to crumble, we are rebuilding them. They turned away from the vulnerable, we are standing with them, Mr. Speaker. And so today, Mr. Speaker, I speak not only to members of this House, but to every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago listening. I want to say to them, this government is working every single day to ensure that no one in this country is left behind. Mr. Speaker, we did not inherit perfection. We inherited problems, but we are delivering progress. Mr. Speaker, placement of officers is not a standalone measure. We commit to tinkering and customizing the social delivery system so that it ultimately redounds to the benefit of those less fortunate. Mr. Speaker, it is in this same breath that I must mention to this Honourable House that as of Tuesday, 31st March 2026, every local board would
under what was obviously terribly procured advice once more demonstrates the need for transformation in the way CARICOM operates. As was brilliantly espoused by the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago during her address at the opening ceremony of the Conference of Heads on the 24th of February 2026, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago indicated clearly what Trinidad and Tobago's foreign policy position was. The Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, is not a coward. She attended the CARICOM heads of government and articulated quite boldly in her statement to the entire world the shortcomings of the Caribbean community as it is constituted in its current format. I only hope that other leaders, both regionally and internationally, would have the same temerity to provide frank, open, and honest positions on similar issues. Mr. Speaker, citizens throughout the Caribbean community must have confidence in the manner in which all organs of CARICOM operate. And CARICOM must operate transparently and in accordance with the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. Accordingly, the surreptitious nature in which the Secretary General of CARICOM is allegedly to have been reappointed has done irreparable harm to the institution. Notwithstanding, Trinidad and Tobago remains committed to the revitalization of CARICOM, particularly the operations of the CARICOM Secretariat, to ensure it is fit for purpose and addresses the needs of the people of the region. We appreciate the importance of the CARICOM market to the local and regional private sector, especially when Trinidad and Tobago is both the largest importer of CARICOM goods and the largest exporter to CARICOM. The role of the government of Trinidad and Tobago is to ensure and safeguard the interests of all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We must demand that this country be afforded the respect it deserves, especially because we have been the largest contributor to the CARICOM's budget since the inception of CARICOM, which now stands at 22% of the annual budget. Some of the annual payments made to some of the major CARICOM institutions include, and this is by Trinidad and Tobago, the CARICOM Secretariat, 35.5 million TT dollars, the CARICOM Development Fund, 25 million TT dollars, the CARICOM Disaster Emergency Management Agency, 1.4 million TT dollars, CARICOM Impacts, $16.1 million. The Caribbean Examination Council, $10.3 million. CARFA, $14.0 million. Caribbean Industrial Research Institution, $23.3 million. CARICOM Competition Commission, $1.3 million. Mr. Speaker, we are a country that abide by the rules of CARICOM. We conduct our business with transparency and accountability, and we expect the same from all within the community. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Rima.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Honourable Minister whether or not you are making it abundantly clear that Trinidad and Tobago was never invited in any form, whether email, phone, to that meeting in which the Secretary General was selected?
I emphatically put on the record to the Honourable Member of Arima that Trinidad and Tobago was not invited via email, telephone, or in person to that meeting where that particular decision was made.
Private members' business motions.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas Trinidad and Tobago has ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which affirms the right of every child to an education in an environment that is safe, inclusive, and conducive to learning. And whereas the government deployed armed police officers in 50 schools across Trinidad and Tobago as a measure to curb incidents of school violence, and whereas the said deployment has not been accompanied by public sensitization to provide specific details of the role and authority of the armed police officers within schools, the selection and training processes used to adequately choose and prepare police officers for this role, the criteria by which schools were selected for the initiative, the implementation strategy, nor the initiative's key performance indicators, and whereas the initiative has not been linked with increased measures to address the root causes of school violence and transform student behavior, such as psychosocial services, student counseling, family intervention programs, restorative practitioners, or other preventative initiatives, and whereas the sensitization, training, and involvement of teachers, school safety officials, school administrators, student support services officials, and parents are essential components in creating a safe and disciplined school environment, be it resolved that this House call on the government to clearly outline the details of its policy on the use of armed police officers in schools, including the role and authority of the officers and the criteria by which schools have been chosen, and to indicate the key performance indicators of the initiative with associated timelines. Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to stand in this chamber today to move this motion, which deals with a very important issue in the education sector of Trinidad and Tobago. Education is everyone's business, and we are privileged to have students present with us today. In the words of the late Dr. Eric Williams, the father of the nation, the very salvation of the nation depends on the scholastic achievement of our children. Mr. Speaker, school violence is a direct and insidious threat to academic achievement, and therefore, school violence is a direct threat to the progress and development of Trinidad and Tobago. On March 4th and 5th, 2026, the nation awoke to media headlines which screamed classroom chaos and trouble in schools, despite the assignment of police officers to schools by the UNC government to reduce school violence. This sent a clear signal to the nation that something is going very wrong in the education sector. And therefore, debate today on this motion brought by the opposition is timely and critical. Mr. Speaker, I move directly to the motion. In the second paragraph of the preamble, it states, whereas the government deployed armed police officers in 50 schools across Trinidad and Tobago as a measure to curb incidents of school violence. And I will start by placing this deployment of police officers into context. In June 2025, the Honorable Prime Minister appeared at what may have been one of her last press conferences and delivered in strong language her condemnation of school violence and her intention to treat acts of violence at schools as crimes of assault and battery. The Prime Minister made heavy weather of this and announced that students would now be reported to the police. The Prime Minister also said that students who committed heinous acts of violence would be summarily expelled. Mr. Speaker, the issue with these declarations is that the Prime Minister said nothing different from what was already happening in the education system. All of her groundbreaking initiatives were already in operation, seemingly unbeknownst to the Prime Minister, who was a former Minister of Education. Acts of school violence are routinely reported to the TTPS, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and are already punishable by expulsion. So in essence, the Prime Minister was espousing a retrograde policy to simply lock up misbehaving young people, which is especially galling because it is the UNC government under her leadership which was and is guilty of cancelling youth, stopping all the youth programs which the PNM offered young citizens so that they could upskill and have positive growth. I hope Gate is not on the chopping block. Maybe upon realizing that her strong words were actually hollow, lacked substance, and added nothing new or useful to the national conversation surrounding school violence, in July of 2025, Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar announced that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service had been sent a list of schools for police protection. So over the next 2 months, the following took place. On the 8th of August 2025, the country was informed by the Commissioner of Police that police officers would be deployed in schools at the delayed opening of the academic year 2025-26 on September 8th, 2025. On August 14th, 2025, a meeting was held between the Minister of Education and the Minister of Homeland Security to discuss the plan. On September 4th, 2025, the Minister of Education, at a press briefing, confirmed the presence of police in schools, and the launch of the School-Oriented Police Initiative took place with much fanfare on September 8th, 2025. So now that we have established the circumstances surrounding the deployment of police officers in schools, I move to paragraph 4 of the preamble. Paragraph 4 reads, and whereas the initiative has not been linked with increased measures to address the root causes of school violence and transform student behavior, such as psychosocial services, student counseling, family intervention programs, restorative practitioners, or other preventative initiatives. Mr. Speaker, in essence, the Ministry of Education failed to link the introduction of the School-Oriented Policing Initiative to an increase in other programs which actually address the root cause of school violence. On September 4th, hours before the announcement was made by the Ministry of Education, the press asked me about the PNM's position on the possibility of police being deployed in schools. And at that time, we, the PNM, like all citizens, indicated that we would support any effort to improve school safety. But, Mr. Speaker, we warned that deploying police officers to schools without strengthening student support services was a short-sighted response to growing concerns over school violence. And I quote the PNN's position: the key is not presence, it is consistency. Officers must be properly supported and their efforts complemented by trained professionals such as school social workers and guidance counselors. Mr. Speaker, it pains me to note that at that time, 6 months ago, and even more so now, there are increasing reports of delays in contract renewals for critical student support services staff, guidance counselors, school social workers, and restorative practitioners. Some student support officers have been out of work, Mr. Speaker, for more than 10 months under this UNC government. So schools are therefore without these critical services, and those who are still lucky to have contracts have to double up on schools. So it reduces the time that they can spend with the students who need them the most. Mr. Speaker, as the PNM cautioned 6 months ago, police cannot replace school social workers, guidance counselors, and restorative practitioners. Their roles and functions are completely different. Paragraph 4 of the preamble speaks to the linking of the school-oriented policing initiatives with measures to address the root causes of school violence. Mr. Speaker, under the PNM, this linkage was evident. The strategy to reduce school violence was multi-pronged, and the data shows that it began to yield promising results. In 2023-24, that academic year, fights and assaults reduced from over 1,000 in term 1 to just approximately 700 by term 3. Under the PNM, the schools to be focused on were identified, and those were the ones with the highest level of violence, and they were given additional resources to support students' behavioral transformation and academic progress. These are the measures that are being referred to in paragraph 4. And I will outline some of them. What are these measures? Community police were assigned to school as opposed to station. And Mr. Speaker, I just step aside a little to explain this rationale. When we dealt with the police in 2022 about this matter, the officials at that time indicated that there was a danger in assigning police to schools. And they indicated that assigning them could result in students becoming too familiar with their presence, and that could breed contempt. As you know, the familiar saying, familiarity breeds contempt, and that could lead to a loss of respect. Based on what we have seen happening in schools even now, exposed on social media, we have seen the lack of respect, because we have seen in some cases police officers assigned to schools being shouted at, locked in classrooms, almost run over in fights, so that the logic proffered by the TTPS at that time did have some merit. So we committed community police to particular schools, assigned them, dedicated social workers and guidance counselors. We hired over 180 additional officers. We hired approximately 200 learning support assistants, and they were assigned to school to help with supervision during non-teaching times, because the data showed that fighting was going on then. We had a regular mentorship session. I'm dealing with the measures that school-oriented policing is not linked with. We had regular mentorship sessions under the volunteer mentorship program. Taste of the Vet, we brought MIC, NESC, and YTEP into these schools, exposing students to what they could look forward to in terms of future study. We had curriculum interventions to grant certifications in lower forms to prevent potential dropouts without basic requirements to government employment. We had policy interventions to drive behavioral transformation, such as the cultural transformation policy, the patriotism policy, teacher training in remedial math, English, and writing, both in primary and early secondary school, introduction of restorative practices showing students how to deal with conflict. We developed a partnership with Serval so that they could absorb students who were either expelled or were close to expulsion because of their behavior, so that they would have a chance at reform in a different environment. This is the foundation of measures to address the root cause of school violence, which the UNC met in place and could have built upon, Mr. Speaker. But based on the fact that the contracts of student support officers are not being renewed, it appears that this type of multi-pronged approach is not being pursued by the Minister of Education or the Prime Minister. The UNC approach seems to be fire and brimstone. Bring in the police, lock up the children, expel the young people, wave the magic wand, Mr. Speaker, and that is supposed to be the UNC's panacea. And as the country now knows, the UNC's narrow, knee-jerk approach that the PNM warned this country about is just not working. I move to the third paragraph of the preamble, Mr. Speaker, and let me quote what it says. And whereas the said deployment has not been accompanied by public sensitization to provide specific details of the role and authority of the armed police officers within schools, the selection and training processes used to adequately choose and prepare police officers for this role, the criteria by which schools were selected for the initiative, the implementation strategy, nor the initiative's key performance indicators. Mr. Speaker, in other words, the Ministry of Education has not provided sufficient details of the school-oriented policing program to allow for effective implementation nor assessment of the initiative. At the start of the implementation, in September 2025, the PNM asked pointed and specific questions of the Minister of Education about the details of this school-oriented policing initiative. We asked the questions. If you recall, at the start of this initiative, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education and the Minister of Homeland Security were at odds, saying different things about whether the police in schools would be armed or whether they would not be armed. Nobody knew. Recall, the Minister of Education declined to provide a list of the schools at which police officers would be deployed. Questions were asked over and over again. Mr. Speaker, it is incredible that it has not been provided to the public to date. To date, the public does not know at which schools these police officers have been deployed. Up to today, someone asked me that. At the launch of the program, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service admitted that some schools who were supposed to receive officers did not get them. Principals were asking, so will I get officers or will I not? The country was asking which schools are going to get, which schools are not. Nobody knew. But they say if you don't know where the officers are going to be assigned, you can't verify whether the officers have been fully deployed or not. A way to escape accountability, Mr. Speaker. And then Tobago seems to have left out in the melee. And they started to complain. So then the Ministry of Education scrambled to assign 2 schools in Tobago, seemingly as an afterthought. Mr. Speaker, while policy documents were made available to the public for the PNM's initiatives to reduce school violence and can be found on the Ministry of Education's website up to this time, anybody can search it and they can see it and the public can interact with it. No such document has been made available to the public for the school-oriented policing initiative 6 months after the initiative has been started and funds have been expended. Mr. Speaker, where is the accountability? The Minister of Education is on record as saying that the success of the program will be reviewed after 6 months. So the success of the program will be reviewed after 6 months with no policy document, no key performance indicators, no list of schools at which the officers were deployed, no explicitly stated roles and functions of the police officers. Mr. Speaker, how is this evaluation process supposed to be done, and how is the country supposed to be convinced that this is done with any level of validity at all? Mr. Speaker, the school-oriented policing initiative was launched on September 8, 2025. By January 8, 2026, pointed questions began to be asked about the collection of data and the assessment of this initiative. An editorial in the Trinidad Express of January 8, 2026 put it succinctly: policing schools in the dark. Up to that time, Mr. Speaker, neither the NPTA, which is the National Parent Teachers Association, nor Tutor, which is the Teachers Association, they are your 2 most critical stakeholders. Neither of them could shed any light on what exactly the initiative involved. The conclusion drawn by the Express was, and I quote, "It therefore appears that all stakeholders are working in the dark. Had the Ministry of Education introduced a proper tracking program when setting up the school-oriented police unit, they would have had an answer to the key question: Did the police reduce violence in schools? And if so, by what percentage? Instead, both Benjamin, referring to one of our police officers, and Dowlath, I'm quoting, but that refers, of course, to Minister Dowlath, can only give vague assurances that this primary objective has been indeed achieved. What a damning conclusion. I move to the 5th paragraph of our preamble. And whereas the sensitization, training, and involvement of teachers, school safety officials, school administrators, student support services officials, and parents are essential components in creating a safe and disciplined school environment. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education has failed to sufficiently consult, train, sensitize, and involve stakeholders about this school-oriented policing initiative, which is why, instead of moving towards a safe and disciplined school environment, things are actually getting worse in schools. When the Ministry of Education embarked on the Re-Engaging for Success initiative in 2022, which was aimed at reducing school violence and increasing student success, very much like the school-oriented policing initiative, it was after broad consultations involving tutor, denominational boards, NPTA, principals associations, private school associations, private special school associations, school supervision, curriculum division, student support services, broad consultation. And that policy, when it was finalized, was a major sub-policy of the Education Policy 2023 to 27. And when that overarching policy was approved, what did the Ministry of Education do? After consulting broadly, the Ministry of Education then published the documents on the website for access of the general public. Published the documents, and then further to that, undertook a series of sensitization sessions around the country, Mr. Speaker, north, east, west, and south. We started with principals first, and then we extended it to the general public, and we had a youth session as well. Those sessions were not just talk shops, they were like town hall meetings. The minister herself was present. I was the minister. Minister Morris Julian was there, and various heads of departments in the Ministry of Education, and we took questions from the public. Took questions to make sure that they were on board with our efforts to reduce violence and increase student success. And we broadcast these sessions to the virtual audiences, Mr. Speaker, because we understood that wide involvement, such as was spoken about in paragraph 5 of the preamble, was required. It was required. We needed all stakeholders on board for the success of the initiatives to reduce school violence. But let's compare that to what happened in 2025 with the launch of the school-oriented policing program. The Ministry of Education held a few hurried, small, closed sensitization sessions to disseminate vague and nebulous information about the program. Imagine not even a fundamental thing as which schools it's going to be implemented in. That was not known then, it's not known now. So what were you exactly sensitizing the few people you spoke to about? The ministry failed to speak to the public and help them understand the school-orienting policing initiative, its operations, and its intentions. Even tutor and NPTA, again, the teachers and the parents associations, they continue up to today to make repeated calls for information about this program. The lack of structure alluded to in paragraph 4 of the preamble and the lack of information alluded to in paragraph 3 have contributed to the failure of the initiative to move in the direction of creating a safe and disciplined school environment. And Mr. Speaker, evidence of the UNC's failure to create a safe and disciplined school environment comes not from the PNM, but directly from the mouths of the two ministers involved, the Minister of Education and the Minister of Homeland Security. Open confession is good for the soul, Mr. Speaker. In March 2026, under pressure, the Minister of Education was forced to admit troubling facts. Instead of reductions, the minister revealed a spike in school violence. Newspaper headlines, The Express on March 4, 2026, stated the situation clearly. Classroom chaos. Classroom chaos. Not even a year in.
And they're in charge.
On Wednesday, the 5th March 2026, the Guardian headline followed. Trouble in schools. Trouble in schools, Mr. Speaker. The media reported Minister Dowlath, the Minister of Education, as saying that incidents during class time, look at it, incidents during class time with a member of staff present rose from 401 to 544. This tells us, and this is the minister's words, this tells us, as reported, this tells us that behavioral pressure has shifted into the classroom, which directly impacts teaching quality. This is the minister being reported in March of 2026. The minister said that a further evaluation of the school-oriented policing program for term 1 of 2025-26 showed that national suspensions increased from 2,659 to 3,005. The minister himself admitting that the program put in place, narrow, shallow, short-sighted program, did nothing to reduce school violence. Even earlier this week, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Homeland Security admitted growing concern over a troubling rise in student violence as arrests mount in schools. 19 pupils have been arrested and charged within 3 months. Mr. Speaker, 19 pupils have been arrested and charged within 3 months, Mr. Speaker. The ministers themselves have admitted that the narrow initiative that the UNC hurriedly put in place just is not working. Suspensions are on the rise. School violence is on the rise. Arrests of school children, that's on the rise, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Education is clearly in free fall under the UNC. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not enough, I raise yet another very troubling detail, and it strikes to the heart of this school-oriented policing initiative. The Minister of Homeland Security is reported as saying this week that school arrests form part of a broader effort under the School-Oriented Policing Initiative, which aims to increase law enforcement presence and intervention in schools around the country. So the Minister of Homeland Security is saying that the School-Oriented Policing Initiative aims to increase law enforcement presence and intervention in schools around the country. Now, is that the stated aim of the Ministry of Education, to increase law enforcement presence in schools? Well, I went to the Ministry of Education's website. I went to their Facebook page. And in their post on September the 7th, 2025, the Ministry of Education refers to the goal of School-Oriented Policing Initiative. The Ministry of Education refers to it, and I quote, "The initiative aims to reduce violence and indiscipline while promoting healthier, more supportive school climates." The Ministry of Education is saying the goal of the initiative is to reduce violence and indiscipline while promoting healthier, more supportive school climates. So here are two ministers of the same government, Mr. Speaker, speaking of two completely different goals for the same program. One is aiming to put more police in schools, more policing of our children, and the other one is aiming to reduce violence in schools. They are aiming for behavioral transformation. Mr. Speaker, if school violence is to be reduced, then one would expect the aim to be less police in schools, not more, Mr. Speaker. More police in schools does not equate to behavioral transformation, and this is what we try to tell them from the start. This is what the PNM warned about from the start, and that's the danger of implementing policies, especially policies which involved joint operations between ministries for which policy documents are not written. Which of the two conflicting goals are the objectives based on? I go back to the Express to quote from January 8, 2026, where they say, which is what we all know, that the ultimate goal must be to remove all police officers from schools, not put more. The ultimate goal must be to remove all police officers from schools, since this is not only undesirable in itself, but takes up manpower better deployed in actual crime fighting. That's the Express, not the PNM. So one minister is intent on putting more police in schools, while the other minister is intent on removing the need for police. It is clear that the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Homeland Security and those ministers are working at cross purposes. Chaos and confusion, Mr. Speaker. And that's one of the fundamental reasons why the program is just not working. Not by what I say, but by what the ministers themselves have admitted to. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we come to this close. Be it resolved that this House call on the government to clearly outline the details of its policy on the use of armed police officers in schools, including the role and authority of the officers, and the criteria by which schools have been chosen, and to indicate the key performance indicators of the initiative with associated timelines. Mr. Speaker, school violence is a wicked problem in Trinidad and Tobago. Wicked problem because it's a difficult problem to solve. Clearly, we've been speaking about this for decades in Trinidad and Tobago. It transcends ministers, prime ministers, or political parties. It is a country problem, and it requires a thoughtful, reasoned, consistent, dedicated, and multi-pronged approach. Mr. Speaker, this motion was filed months ago, filed months ago. But having warned the Minister of Education about the narrowness of the school-oriented policing initiative and its high potential for failure, the opposition allowed the passage of time before bringing it up for debate, so that concrete evidence of what we had warned about could now be presented before the public. I have presented evidence from print and social media, and even the words and statistics of the ministers themselves, to show that exactly what the PNM predicted has come to pass. Mr. Speaker, exactly what the PNM predicted has come to pass. Mr. Speaker, being correct about the failure of this approach to reduce school violence gives the PNM no pleasure, because the future of the children of Trinidad and Tobago and the education of our precious children has always been high on the agenda of the PNM. Always. So it gives us no pleasure to be correct about it. But it should show the nation that the UNC does not have a clue about what it means to manage the education sector. The Minister of Education has been at the helm now for almost a year. And thankfully, he has not had the mountain of a global pandemic to climb, and therefore, seeing that he himself, the minister himself, has had to admit that the school-oriented policing has failed to move in the direction of reducing school violence, the PNM now calls on the minister to do what was required at the start. Do the work. Do the work, Mr. Speaker, to produce a policy document for school-oriented policing. The value is that the goal will be clear to all, even your colleague. There'll be one goal, Mr. Speaker. The role of each partner, ministry and agency will be clear. The specific objectives and timelines will be rationalized. Any gaps in the plan can be filled, and a solid plan for monitoring and evaluation can be built in. Critical stakeholders must be invited to make contributions to the policy. It will bring you the buy-in that any policymaker needs. We can tell you that. Sensitize the wider public about your plan. Set up data collection and account to the public on your progress. This is Governance 101, Mr. Speaker. The minister is accountable to the nation for the investment of time and funding into these initiatives. And without something as fundamental as a baseline policy document to guide implementation, monitoring, and evaluation, the Ministry of Education is spinning top in mud and will continue to fail the children of Trinidad. A policy document can also be studied by the minister's PNM successor, or even researchers who are looking into school violence in Trinidad and Tobago years from now to evaluate our approaches and how effective they were. One thing we lack in Trinidad and Tobago is effective and proper documentation of initiatives. And if we are to progress, we must improve upon this. Mr. Speaker, I note with disappointment the Prime Minister's response to the failure of the school-oriented policing initiative, as admitted by her two ministers. Once again, the Prime Minister reverted to her default knee-jerk position, expel and lock up the children. Very shallow, very trite, very disappointing, coming especially from a mother and a former Minister of Education. We in the PNM are clear that the Prime Minister's approach is neither practical nor advantageous. It just really shows, as the member for Rima, leader of the opposition, indicated, the Prime Minister's obvious disconnect with reality, and it reflects a dangerous lack of understanding of the complex circumstances facing many of our nation's children and families. It is noteworthy that the Trinidad Express just yesterday returned to this troubling issue of increasing school violence and rising arrests, stating that police stationed in schools, just like the SOE, cannot be a permanent solution. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, the PNM calls on the Minister of Education to engage with the realities of the education sector in a meaningful manner. The PNM calls on the Prime Minister and the Minister of Education to present to the nation a cogent, detailed policy for the reduction of school violence. Mr. Speaker, the PNM remains vigilant and vocal. We will continue to hold this government accountable, and we issue today to the UNC, on behalf of the citizens, a simple public service announcement. Don't forget, this is Trinbago. Mr. Speaker, the PNM will not stand idly by and allow the UNC to offer the citizenry half-baked solutions which are nothing more than hot air in a plastic bag. The PNM repeats our call to the Prime Minister and Minister of Education. The school-oriented policing initiative you have presented thus far to the nation is shallow, narrow, unsustainable, shoddy, and far too little details have been made available. The plan, such as it is not working. You have admitted that. Please do the work. We implore you. Please do the work you were elected to do and present to the nation a cogent, detailed, written policy and plan for the reduction of school violence, which includes a clear goal, objectives, and key performance indicators. The nation's children deserve nothing less. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I beg to move.
Aruka Lopino.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion and I reserve the right to speak.
Honourable members, the motion having been seconded by the member for Aruka Lopino, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that this House call on the government to clearly outline the details of its policy on the use of armed police officers in schools, including the role and authority of the officers and the criteria by which schools have been chosen, and to indicate the key performance indicators of the initiative with associated timelines. Member for San Fernando West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I speak on some of the matters raised by the member for St. Anne's, let me briefly report on the SEA exams that were held yesterday. Yesterday, 17,573 students sat the exams at 547 centers nationwide. I'm pleased to report that the examination was conducted smoothly and without any major incident. This reflects the coordinated work of the ministry, our principals and teachers with key national agencies, including the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Water and Sewage Authority, and the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission, who ensured all centers were fully operational. Mr. Speaker, we also ensured inclusion. Approximately 470 students received special assessment arrangements. In addition, AI-enhanced SEA math solutions were provided to all schools across Trinidad and Tobago, supporting students, parents, and teachers with embedded avatars offering guided explanations and practice support. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all students on reaching this milestone and thank parents, teachers, and school leaders for their support. Following its reintroduction for 2025, we will continue in 2026 to recognize the top 200 students nationally and the top 25 primary schools based on performance and consistency. Mr. Speaker, scripts are now with CXC for marking and placement will commence in June. The successful administration of the SEA 2026 reflects the ministry's continued commitment to fairness, integrity, and excellence. Mr. Speaker, as I stand to contribute to the motion number 2 on our order paper, I want to say as Minister of Education, I may have inherited the worst scenario in education to clean up for all ministers. Mr. Speaker, this motion was built on a number of assumptions which do not accurately reflect the policy that has been implemented. So today we're going to separate facts from fiction. The motion assumes the absence of structure, the absence of training, the absence of clarity, and the absence of a link to root causes. Mr. Speaker, the issue before this House is not that the policy lacks clarity. The issue is that the motion does not reflect the full policy. So let us therefore begin with the reality that we met. Mr. Speaker, what did we meet? But first of all, the motion refers to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And we agree, every child has the right to an education in a safe, inclusive, and supportive environment. But, Mr. Speaker, let us be equally clear that the right cannot exist in an environment of violence and disorder. The right to education depends on the right to safety. And when this government acts to strengthen discipline and restore order, we are protecting that right. So, Mr. Speaker, what did we meet when we entered government? Data from the Division of School Supervision shows that between 2022 and 2025, 22,000 suspensions were recorded across the school system. And Mr. Speaker, when we examined the nature of these incidents, the situations became even clearer. 3,700 fights, 458 assaults involving weapons, 879 cases of sexual misconduct, 1,100 drug-related incidents, 504 cases involving the possession of weapons. So, Mr. Speaker, this was not an isolated case. This was a sustained pattern of serious behavioral risk. And so, as we transitioned from May to December 2025, there were 4,663 suspensions recorded. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote from a Guardian newspaper article 1434, 2025. It says, Gadsby-Dolly, ministry alone can't stop bullying, former Minister of Education.
2 weeks before election.
Former minister sought to address bullying and said, in the last 2 years, there has been meetings with the police. Now, Mr. Speaker,
we can read.
When the member for St. Anne's East talks about retrograde steps, and as members on our side indicated, they seem to have all the answers now. I want to say that our Prime Minister, our former Minister of Education, has given this minister and our ministries the resources to make targeted interventions to deal with violence in schools. And so, Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot of rhetoric, but no action. We heard about plans, but the level of violence and indiscipline did not decrease. So, Mr. Speaker, safe and orderly schools cannot be separated from learning. And our strategic plan positions discipline within a menu of measures: improved curriculum delivery and learning, AI-enhanced textbooks and digital learning tools, strengthened school nutrition and students' well-being policies, structured parental engagements. Mr. Speaker, we are accused of not having policies. I want to say that the National School Code of Conduct, which was developed in September 2025, and there was extensive consultation with all our stakeholders, was published in February 2026 and includes on page 66 the role of our school-oriented police officers. And so it's published on our website, and all our stakeholders have been consulted. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we align our school code of conduct, I want to say that the last time this code was revised was 2018. And so the past ministers had all the opportunities, given the evidence, given the information, to review this code of conduct, a document that gives the policies. And all of these policies are linked to the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. They are linked to the Education Act, 3901, the Children's Act, 2012, the Sexual Offences Act, Chapter 1128, Section 3.1, as amended by the Sexual Offences Act number 10 of 2019, the Data Protection Act of 2011. Mr. Speaker, the code establishes zero tolerance. This government, this Minister of Education, we will not tolerate violence, weapons, and serious threats. And so, Mr. Speaker, with the vision outlined by our Prime Minister, we developed a targeted intervention of police in schools. The motion refers to armed police officers. We have developed the program for school-oriented police officers that are deployed in our high-risk schools. They are not there to militarize the schools, but they are there to support safety. Schools are selected for this intervention based on suspension data, on violent incident patterns, on the vulnerability of the community in which these schools exist, and validated risk indicators. The Ministry of Education came together with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and agreed on those risk factors for the choice of these 51 schools. And in addition, the TTPS has assigned 20 schools for roving patrols. So in total, there are 70 schools that are targeted. Mr. Speaker, what are the roles and responsibilities of these officers? They are outlined in our National School Code of Conduct. The roles of the officers, the role of the officer is clearly defined. They operate within a child-centered framework guided by safety, dignity, respect for rights, and non-confrontational engagements. And these responsibilities include ensuring safety, responding to emergencies, mediating conflicts, supporting positive behavior, assisting vulnerable students, and enforcing the law only when necessary. Mr. Speaker, in January 2026, an example of the role of our school-oriented police officers, the Rio Claro East Secondary School received a series of threats. That school was assigned school-oriented police officers. And I want to thank the MP for Mayaro. I want to thank the Minister of Homeland Security. I want to thank DCP Benjamin and his team for working closely with our school-oriented police officers. We visited this team, the member for Parliament for Mayaro, the Minister of Homeland Security, DCP Benjamin, and within a week, that matter, together with the cybercrime unit, was solved. So I want to thank the Minister of Homeland Security. And so that matter is on its way to the DPP. This motion suggested that there was no training or sensitization. Mr. Speaker, that is fundamentally incorrect. Under this government, a total of 257 officers underwent multidisciplinary training. And from that group, 95 were selected for school deployments. And the training include first aid and CPR, child development, conflict resolution, community policing, legal procedures, de-escalation techniques. They also received advanced training for high-risk situations. Mr. Speaker, the deployment of school-oriented police officers in our schools is supervised and supported. The program that was developed in August of 2025 and implemented in September was referred to as the SAFE program, the School Alliance for Education and Enforcement Sensitization Program. And this program ran from August to September 2025. There were 5 sessions, including 1,000 stakeholders, included principals, teachers, parents, teachers, and student support services. All were sensitized to the school-oriented police officer program. This was a system-wide implementation. Mr. Speaker, it was not a standalone intervention, as we would have heard. So ironically, Mr. Speaker, when we go back to that article from the Guardian newspaper, the former Minister of Education was admitting the Ministry of Education alone cannot stop bullying. But no solutions were put forward. No action was taken. And so when we came in May 2025, we inherited a system that was out of control. So it seems that that member is suffering from selective memory. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to addressing the root causes. And this is another claim that is incorrect, that's misleading to the public. This intervention operates alongside, and it's well detailed in our National School Code of Conduct. The intervention includes counseling and psychosocial support, social workers' interventions, family engagement, restorative practices, and reintegration systems. And Mr. Speaker, this was supported by all our stakeholders. Now, let me address what has changed. The last speaker would have spoken about statistics from term 1 in this particular academic year. So let me go to the data. When we examined the data in term 1, we recognized that there was a decrease in violence, suspensions from 711 to 698. We recognize that suspensions during supervised times increase. But, Mr. Speaker, When we move to term 2, I want to give you the data for term 2. The picture becomes clearer. As this initiative is implemented, and we look at the data, at the national level, for suspensions for term 2, there were 2,274 suspensions, a reduction of 24% in term 2. And in school-oriented police officers assigned schools, there was a decline from 1,711 to 1,555, a reduction of 9%. This initiative is working as it has been targeted and it has been planned. But what is more important, Mr. Speaker, when we disaggregated the data, violence-related suspensions declined from 560 to 455, a reduction of 18.8%. And so, as we had looked at the data, we recognized that a lot of our incidents occurred after school and during lunchtime. And so, in term 2, after school incidents and suspensions decreased from 232 to 173. And lunchtime incidents also declined from 676 to 575. So, Mr. Speaker, this initiative is bearing fruit in term 2. And especially in relation to classroom incidents. The pattern, there was a slight increase during term 1, as so well articulated by the last speaker. But let's look at the term 2 data.
Yes.
For incidents where supervision, there was supervision in the classroom, incidents fell from 396 to 370. And when there was no teacher in the classroom, incidents fell from 234 to 195. So there was a significant improvement from term 1. So, Mr. Speaker, in term 1, we were containing behavior, but in term 2, there was an improvement in the control of violent behavior in and out of the classroom. So, Mr. Speaker, together with these school-oriented police officers, there were other initiatives. Teacher classroom management training was strengthened. If behavior moves into the classroom, Mr. Speaker, what we did is that we strengthened the ability of our teachers to deal with those delinquent and unruly students. And so let me look now at the feedback from the school principals. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Education Act, the first responsibility of any principal is the physical safety of our students. And the data shows 82% of our principals rated this intervention as effective after its first 6 months. And these are the key performance indicators that we are looking at. They reported improved deterrence, early intervention, and stronger support. And so the data showed the containment of the violence in schools, and our principals confirmed it. So, as we look at our performance indicators and timelines, as we continue to evaluate from term to term, Mr. Speaker, this program is governed by the following key performance indicators: suspension trends, violence-related incidents, the time of the day patterns, as I explained, lunchtime, after school, comparative school performance, and principal feedback. And as I mentioned before, we are looking at the data term by term. And so, Mr. Speaker, through our Director of School Supervision Department, together with our curriculum, together with our teacher training division, we are ensuring that formal evaluation reports are forwarded in a timely fashion, and the data is analyzed and is acted on. So there is ongoing administrative tracking at the school level, at the district level, and at the Ministry of Education level, so that the school-oriented police officer initiative is not static. It has been continuously monitored. And what is more important, Mr. Speaker, it is being adjusted based on the data and the evidence emerging from the system. Mr. Speaker, in this government, we believe that every child can learn, and every effort is being made to ensure that no child is left behind. You would have seen, together with the school-oriented police officer initiative, that all schools were repaired and reopened on September the 8th, 2025, first time in the history of the education system of Trinidad. And as per the vision of our Prime Minister, this is why laptops were delivered to all of our Form 1 students. As we say, promises made, promises kept. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to monitor and use the data, and as we continue to adjust to ensure that schools are safe and secure for the education of all our students, I want to say that the policy exists. It is structured. It is implemented. It is producing results. I also want to say that the assumptions in this motion are flawed, and the evidence presented are correcting that. Mr. Speaker, on this side, we are not in the business of promising for tomorrow. We are in the business of delivering today. And so this is not old talk, this is results. And so no matter how much the other side repeats their misinformation, it will never become the truth. No matter how they speak with confidence and come and attempt to misguide the population and the public, it never equates to the correctness of what we are doing. So, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Education, under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, at the Ministry of Education, we will continue to act. We will continue to protect the children of this nation, and we'll continue to lead. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Smova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by joining my colleague from San Fernando West in congratulating our SEA students for completing their examinations yesterday. All right. All of them across the country. And I will especially like to thank and congratulate the principals and teachers from all of the schools, the primary schools that exist in my constituency. So today I will rise, Mr. Speaker, in this House to make my contribution. And I would like to start by saying I am not burdened by any past situations that may have occurred. And today I say that I am committed to speaking into and towards a better path for Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to refresh the memories of what a school is meant to feel like. I'm sure we can all connect to that. A school is meant to feel like a place of safety, a place of growth, and a place of possibilities. And it should not feel like one that is defined by fear or force. What we have done, Mr. Speaker, is we have placed armed officers in our secondary schools. And though it may bring a sense of immediate control, maybe a false sense of immediate control, we must begin to ask ourselves, is control the same as safety? Because this is our issue. Is control the same as safety? Because if we really rely only on the might of the state to manage behaviors, then, Mr. Speaker, we risk quieting the symptoms while deeper causes continue to grow beneath the surface. I've heard a lot of, both speakers so far speak to the root causes. Why are our schools or our children behaving the way they are? We cannot arrest, Mr. Speaker, our way out of the sociological crisis that exists. We cannot arrest our way out of that. And I do not believe the minister made any mention to it, but the violence that we see in our hallways today, it is primarily a mirror of the violence that exists in our communities. Nobody made mention to any generational traumas that may exist. Mr. Speaker, many students, they live in what many in the government may refer to as hotspots, where survival, it is a daily calculation. And what this does to a young mind is that it keeps their brains in a constant state of fight or flight. What about the breakdown of the social contract that exists, Mr. Speaker? With the presence of the police in the schools, Mr. Speaker, a sense of hopelessness regarding the future, their future, and the status of their employment, it may lead to an attitude of a nothing to lose, one might say. A nothing to lose attitude. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, what about the digital catalyst that exists? The cyberbullying and the glorification of what we refer to as the Zesa culture and the gang affiliations via social media, the music that the young minds may subject themselves to, TV shows, etc. All of these things, Mr. Speaker, they act as accelerators for physical school fights. And another really important factor, Mr. Speaker, we cannot discuss school violence without discussing what occurs around the dinner table. What is happening at home? And the data is clear. Recent figures show unemployment in Trinidad and Tobago trending upwards, reaching 4.8% in late 2025, with youth unemployment significantly higher at approximately 8.2%. The consequences, Mr. Speaker, when a 16-year-old boy or girl looks out the window and they see their parents unemployed while the block is thriving, Mr. Speaker, that's a clear message. School then can be looked at as an obstacle for mere survival rather than a pathway to success as it was initially created for. Now, the police in schools, Mr. Speaker, when you add that into the mix, they are now essentially guarding a waiting room for unemployment. The cycle continues. Mr. Speaker, the evidence shows clearly countries around the world that reduce school violence, they do three things well. They build a whole school culture of safety, not just safety for the minds of the young ones, but an entire school culture of safety. So from custodian all the way to the minister, it is a culture of safety. They equip students with emotional and behavioral skills, Mr. Speaker. And they target support to those most at risk. And if we only focus on enforcement, Mr. Speaker, we may control the behavior, but it does not mean that it will change. So if you would allow me to read a quote. The presence of police officers in schools may not have reduced fights or assaults, but only driven them outside the school premises. This was said by the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Junior Benjamin, in November late last year. That says a lot, Mr. Speaker. I think this is another event where the government is putting the cart before the horse. Mr. Speaker, we have to address the elephant in the room. The ones we entrust to guard our children, they have been abandoned. We ask our teachers to be heroes when students are there. But now they are stripped of their armor. The EAP halted, Mr. Speaker. And despite ministry assurances in early 2026, the EAP remains effectively halted and inaccessible to many teachers. Mr. Speaker, what about the mental health deficit that exists? We have reports from tutor indicating that teachers are being told to pay out of their pockets. These sessions can range from $450 upwards, Mr. Speaker. This is for psychological support. And this is the support that they need because of the very topic that we are discussing today. Mr. Speaker, when a teacher is burnt out and unsupported, they cannot intervene effectively, especially with a troubled family. We have now created a vacuum of care and filled it with the presence of force. Mr. Speaker, police is not the solution to everything that is wrong in this country. It can't be. Mr. Speaker, if we can afford to pay for police overtime and tactical gear, I believe we can afford a robust physio-social infrastructure. We can afford that. Mr. Speaker, it is my opinion that we require a 1:50 counselor to student ratio, especially in high-risk schools. Currently, Mr. Speaker, our guidance counselors, they are overworked and they are under-resourced. What about the family intervention units, Mr. Speaker? How was this overlooked when thinking about the future of our young ones, and in essence, the future of our country? When a student acts out, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't just suspend them or expel them. Mr. Speaker, we should send the FIU to their homes. If the root of their behavior is a hungry stomach, Mr. Speaker, or an abusive household, a police baton or a gun can only make it worse, Mr. Speaker. And I say this because I'm not speaking from an inexperienced point. I'm speaking from a standpoint where I have worked closely with the young minds of Trinidad and Tobago for a very long time. Now, we have heard a lot of high-level input so far, and I want to bring to this conversation the aspect of carrying the conversation where the situations actually occur. Mr. Speaker, I served 11 plus years working closely with our students in various schools across the country. And once again, schools that may be classified as quote-unquote high risk. So we're looking at schools like Movalavantil, Tranquility Secondary, 5 Rivers, Mr. Speaker, Diego Martin Central, Russell Latapi, Malik, all these schools, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you, when you work that long and that hard with students, offering your time and your services, you build connections with them. And Mr. Speaker, I could tell you, once you learn a child, you will always know and you will tell when they are acting out of character. And I can give examples. There may be instances where I will get to work and a particular student you would be familiar with, you may see him probably acting a bit hostile, could be towards a teacher, a dean, even his peer. And Mr. Speaker, if I intervene, obviously the interaction will be hostile. It will continue to be hostile. And Mr. Speaker, after my investigation, I will ask one very important question. And that question would usually be, have you had breakfast this morning? A simple question, but a very heavy question. What have you eaten for the morning? 9 out of 10 times, Mr. Speaker, nothing. And how would I respond? I will take the young gentleman or the young lady, march them to the cafeteria, purchase a meal for them, and I will slowly see the character of that young person return. No gun needed, no police needed, just care. Mr. Speaker, I want to be really clear here today. I am not calling for any anarchy. However, the role of the police in schools must be strictly peripheral and preventative, not internal and intrusive. It should not. I asked Mr. Speaker, did they even consider the perimeter model? The model should maintain a presence outside the school gates to prevent external gang interference, Mr. Speaker. Because as I said before, we are not certain if control equates to safety. What about the school resource officers, Mr. Speaker? If, and that's a big if, officers are inside the school, Mr. Speaker, they must be specially trained in adolescent psychology, Mr. Speaker. Not a 2-week, let me take these boxes and put you in a school program. Not that, Mr. Speaker. And if they are placed there, they must be wearing soft uniforms, not tactical gear, or as we refer to it, the grey and blue. And they must be acting as mentors rather than enforcers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask again, how do we know if the police in schools, this initiative, is actually working? You all fudge those. We don't, Mr. Speaker. We are operating in a data vacuum, yet again. The public is being told that schools are chosen based on risk, quote unquote. But where is the transparency? There's none. And what we run the risk of, Mr. Speaker, is a selection bias. We see a heavy police presence in schools within certain socioeconomic brackets, Mr. Speaker, effectively criminalizing the challenges associated with poverty. There's also a KPI black hole, Mr. Speaker. There's a total lack of key performance indices. The government cannot tell us if police in schools has reduced fights or if it has simply moved the fights from the courtyard to the street corner. We are missing the big picture, and you could sit there and stoop 100 times. He who feels it knows it. If you don't like what I'm saying, you're free to leave. So I propose the following, Mr. Speaker, because this is what we are here to do. We are here to create policy that works for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Have we measured the reduction in recidivism? For those who may not know what that is, are the same students fighting repeatedly? The school climate surveys, Mr. Speaker, once again, we are speaking to the high levels, but we are not speaking to those that are actually involved in the incidents. Where is the survey among students and teachers to squarely ascertain if they feel safer? Or are they just more intimidated? What about the academic correlation, Mr. Speaker? Is the presence of police leading to better exam results? Or is it a distraction from learning, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of costs to this current approach. As mentioned before, we see youth unemployment, 8.2 and rising. And what is the cost of that, Mr. Speaker? Increased gang recruitment pressures. Vocational support, Mr. Speaker. What is the cost of that? All the programs cancelled, defunded. So now we have a lot of high-energy students with zero outlets. Teacher support, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, the EAP, inaccessible, halted. The cost, teacher burnout, high turnovers. And the role of the police, Mr. Speaker, stationary internal enforcers. What does that equate to? A prison-like atmosphere. Is this what we actually want for our young ones? Mr. Speaker, the public deserves to know why certain schools were chosen for police placement. We must move away from the stigma and towards the science of the matters. Mr. Speaker, when a school is chosen for this police presence, based on the undisclosed or vague criteria that were mentioned, the entire student body is branded. So just as you would suspect the labeled prestige schools and their graduates and their teachers, they work with pride, what are we leaving for these chosen schools to feel? They carry the stigma of attending a violent school, which low self-esteem would accompany, thus creating self-fulfilling prophecies of defiance. Mr. Speaker, reading an article just 2 days ago in the Express, the same Minister of Homeland Security, he reported 19 students have been arrested thus far throughout the initiative. These students will most likely face the court. Some may end up in YTC, and this is a permanent stain on their lives. Mr. Speaker, what a start. What a start to life. Mr. Speaker, the impact on social development is monumental. Students stop seeking help for fear of snitching, because this is another cultural element that exists, and triggering a Polish response. And now we are raising a generation that views authority not as a source of protection, but as a force to be evaded. This now shatters the social contract before they even old enough to vote. Mr. Speaker, I hope this conversation reaches where it needs to reach, because the people need to hear it. And in this instance, the students themselves need a voice. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I believe selection should be based on incident frequencies, and we want transparent data on physical altercations over a particular period, be it 3 years, 5 years. We need the community risk factor implemented, because proximity to high crime zones is important, Mr. Speaker. And we must not ignore completely the infrastructure deficit that may exist in a couple schools. What this equates to is schools with probably some blind spots, broken fences, poor lighting, or whatever is there that may invite external threats onto the compound. So, Mr. Speaker, I know my colleagues on the other side, they may say that I'm idealistic. But I say I have clarity because I am not cynical. We cannot turn Trinidad and Tobago into a militarized state, especially starting with our children. We can't do that. Speaking as a parent, I don't want my child to grow up in that environment. So let us trade the might of force for the might of investment, Mr. Speaker. Let us build schools that students want to run to and not run from. We must stop pretending that a police officer at any point in time can replace a social worker, a vocational coach, or a supported teacher. And I mean that with no disrespect, because our police service, our police officers, have the utmost respect for each and every one of them that get up and go to work and lay their lives on the line for everyone in the country. But we must not attempt to have them operate in these areas, Mr. Speaker. That is dangerous. if we treat a social problem as a security problem, Mr. Speaker, if we treat that in that sphere alone, Mr. Speaker, we may control it, but we will definitely not solve it, Mr. Speaker. We will not solve it. Mr. Speaker, the choice before us is not between order and or chaos. It is between short-term control and long-term transformation. So let us invest in systems that strengthen our children, Mr. Speaker, support our teachers, and engage our families, Mr. Speaker. And while I'm there, I had my staff in the office, Mr. Speaker, extrapolate some information for me yesterday. And it showed me some news that it really saddened me. It showed me that 43% of my constituents, 43% of them, Mr. Speaker, when they walk into my office, they have a need for food resource. That is just data collected from April 29th, last year, to today. Mr. Speaker, if we don't think we have an issue, a social issue before us, as opposed to what the government is proposing the solution to, then we are completely lost, Mr. Speaker. We are lost. We are lost, Mr. Speaker. So today, Mr. Speaker, I want to say the goal should not simply be quieter schools. And I am saying that having experienced our educational system from the ground, Mr. Speaker, where everything occurs, the goal is not a quieter school. The goal should be better outcomes for the young people entrusted to us. And if that is not the goal, Mr. Speaker, then why are we here today? Mr. Speaker, with those few words, thank you very much.
Member for Tunapuna.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to what may seem like a debate. But before I get any further, I just want to call out some statistics I have here. Mr. Speaker, this is a breakdown of the offenses which students have been arrested and charged in connection with reports of incidents of school violence during the period September to December 2025 academic year. Mr. Speaker, the offenses are assault with a weapon, possession of a weapon, possession of a weapon and assault with a weapon, possession of marijuana for trafficking, possession of marijuana for the purpose of trafficking, and possession of a weapon. Robbery, Mr. Speaker, robbery of a laptop. Assault by beating, obscene language, resisting arrest, disorderly behavior. Mr. Speaker, May of 2024, Separia West, 5 children, minor stab wounds. Mr. Speaker, Guardian, the 29th of November, 20 students beat girl. Mr. Speaker, The Guardian, 14th of November, 2023, St. Anthony's College boys, 7 students involved in a school fight, suspended. Mr. Speaker, today I rise as the MP of Tunapuna and Minister of Homeland Security. But also, Mr. Speaker, I rise not as a former police officer, but as a father, a parent, an uncle. And I also want to say this very early, I want to thank the Minister of Education. I want to thank the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. I want to thank all the principals of every school who continues to ask, for those who don't, for law enforcement officers or the presence. I want to thank the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And I also want to thank me.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Snoopy. Mr. Speaker, we need to remember that people are more than politics being played among this poor, thought-out motion. Mr. Speaker, allow me to remind this House why the MP for Separia and the Prime Minister, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, will forever be reminded as the mother of this nation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say who. Who established the SCA exams as Minister of Education? Who provided laptops for all secondary school children? Who opened, commissioned, and returned to recommission the Couva Children's Hospital? Mr. Speaker, who is stamping out criminal behaviors and influence in our schools? Mr. Speaker, the answer remains the same. All of the above, the Honorable Prime Minister, Ms. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to stay too long performing CPR on this motion. Mr. Speaker, my response to the points to this motion clearly outlines a detail of its policy of the use of armed police officers in school. Mr. Speaker, could you imagine you as a school administrator, teacher, whatever, and a parent run past the security and enter the classroom armed and beating persons? You know what the school administrator had to do? Run out of the compound. That is the type of protection that was left behind by those on the other side. I know my friend here, he was not around, so I will not point fingers at him. But wait, Mr. Speaker, I was a police officer, and there were lots of meetings, similar to what I see now. A lot of persons came with hairdressers and all of that, to what we saw, and sat, and there were conversation after conversation, Mr. Speaker, But to what end? Every time the law enforcement officers introduce exactly what is happening now as a preventative measure, it was played down. But wait, the following day, the fight never stopped. Persons armed never stopped, arming themselves. Parents getting involved. Maxi being stoned down. And yet, all we heard, we must put mechanisms in place. Where is the police? But all of a sudden, we cannot remember that. And now we are speaking about the police is there. So 1 minute the police is required, and then the police is not. Make up your mind. You see, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, in a bid for us to weave these tiny webs, we continue to deceive members of the public. But the members of the public must understand that when someone comes before this house and lies, there are evidence to show otherwise. Mr. Speaker, the role and authority of a police officer in school, as Abhim is asking the question. I know my colleagues already mentioned some of the things, but I will help him because he was not here. And he meant well. You meant well. You remember I was a police. I was there sitting in the chamber when nothing happened then. Again and again and again and again. Year after year after year after year, nothing happened. However, Mr. Speaker, the selection of trained officers, the criteria for which schools have been chosen, all these questions were asked. But, however, there was someone sitting in this house here today who was a member of cabinet for 5 years and also a member for St. Anne's East for 10 years, yeah, and a cabinet, yeah, same thing. So at the end of the day, we're seeing things happening now that never happened before. Mr. Speaker, I know you wouldn't understand strategies and these things because, again, you would sit there, you will sit there and did nothing. You remind me of an animal I saw on Discovery Channel. You wait until the animal eat your cub and then you try to kick. You wait until the destruction came to the education, the young persons who seeking education, and then raise up from your sleep to start to make noise and kick up. When all this destruction is taking place time and time again, I can tell you, I would have seen it all, but nobody listened. Mr. Speaker, all the police is doing in school is simply to protect and serve, which is the essence of the police service. That is all. Mr. Speaker, also, I think the police, some persons here think the police should be in a school with a baton. Some persons here think the police should be in a school and allow persons to do what they want, when they want. And my colleague from Lavantel East, he may be right. I had the pleasure, Mr. Speaker, of interviewing a young lad who was held in school for marijuana. And you know what he said? I have 24 trees growing in my house. I see my family making money from it. Why should I not try? So he's taking the marijuana that is in his house, 24 plants, because his family is a big one, and taking the marijuana to school, Mr. Speaker, to sell it. And when he comes home, the father takes half of the money and leave him with the rest. Mr. Speaker.
Smoke weed. Ganja.
Well, easy.
Ganja.
Mr. Speaker, the role of a police officer in school environment is clearly defined. Limited and regulated officers are deployed primarily to maintain a safe and secure environment, deter criminal activities, and support school administrators in managing serious disciplinary matters. Mr. Speaker, this is not enforcement at its best. Mr. Speaker, the persons at the school, the police officers at the school, they are seen as mentors, persons who de-escalate things from happening, role models, mediators, and Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is again based on de-escalation of youth engagement and conflict resolution rather than enforcement. So the police is not there for enforcement alone, Mr. Speaker. But if you understand the duty of a police officer, if something is happening of a criminal nature, they have to get involved. So I'm trying to understand why so much emphasis is placed on police officers in school, when the member for St. Anne's East was the Minister of Education, and fights was taking place in the school, and the Parent and Teachers Association calling on what the police should do. And while they are running away for their own safety, the security guards are running and hiding, and battles are taking place in the school. We waited, and we waited in vain because nothing happened. This is the first time, as a police officer, back in the day, I would have seen something happen if I was still a police officer. The efforts made by the Minister of Education, myself and others, and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because we are taking the future of these children seriously, and we are not leaving them behind, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the first, I will say this, a crime has several ingredients to it. One of them is prevention. What we realize happening is that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service have this police youth club, taking these young persons and trying to train their minds and retrain their minds and structure them right and all of that. And when they return home, Mr. Speaker, they are back to the order. Nothing changes. The Ministry of Homeland Security realized that the first stage of crime prevention will start in the home through a parent program that we intend to initiate in the next month. Because it's the only time, Mr. Speaker, we will see some impact on what is happening in terms of their behaviors in and around any institution they go. Mr. Speaker, only this morning, last night, 2 minors, 2 guns in the Western Division. Down by you, mass, 2 guns, 2 pistols. Are we to sit back and do nothing as we are accustomed? And only complain and tell the media, well, we are working on it, and eventually we are treating with it. And we always treating, and nothing happens. We treating with things and nothing happens, and we have been sitting here and treating with it, and that is why, at the first day of school, battle in the zone. The second day of school, battle in the zone. If you only pass down Tunapuna and Tunapuna West, you used to watch Tunapuna East, battle. Because you know why? There were no consequences for their actions. There were no consequences. Mr. Speaker, all we did is to call them, behave on yourself. until even the strategy used by the last regime, which was to suspend them, was used as a big boy tactic. I guess suspended 4 times now. How much you get? And that is the momentum that they were using. Mr. Speaker, we are not going down that road. Mr. Speaker, in order to save the nation's children, we will do whatever we have to, both in protecting them, guiding them, mentoring them, and at the same time, holding them accountable for their actions. That is what we do. Mr. Speaker, police officers are trained and not just pick up off the nation's streets to do this job, you know. That particular job, the school-oriented policing, persons were trained in a particular field. So they were not just chosen, come, you want to be a police. No. They were trained and prepared, well prepared, by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service for this duty. Mr. Speaker, also, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, we do not care only about vetting and all of these things. You know. We care about who we put in the schools in order to get the desired result. That is why the Ministry of Education would have told you, persons are asking for police officers and we are unable to supply. You know why? Because we are overbooked. And persons understand. Every parent you go to, once you go to a parent and teachers meeting, they want to know, you all intend to bring police officers to our school? People are asking because they're seeing the benefit of it.
Yes,
If you are not interested in preventing crime, well then I should face this way and speak to those who do it. If those who care about crime prevention, I will speak to you all. Because this is going on for too long. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I hear the other side blowing their own dog whistle over and over. They remind me of the little lady who lived in the show. They just don't know what to do. But whenever we do, they have an issue with it. The only time they understand that something is happening is when we do it. But they have a problem when we do. But the population now recognize that they are doing nothing for so long that when they see something happening, they too are confused. So we understand that. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. We have left our children vulnerable to crime and criminality, whilst bullies and gang culture continues. Mr. Speaker, we see the threat, and one of the reasons for the selection of these schools is in fact the threat level. Mr. Speaker, this program implemented through a structural national framework which includes daily assessment of officers to designated school, oversight by divisional community-oriented police units, direct coordination with school administrators, and a continuous monitoring through attendance and operational report system. Mr. Speaker, this is not an ad hoc behavior. This, Mr. Speaker, this program is fully integrated in the education system, including collaboration with student support services. And I said that. So when persons are asking, well, how come? Before this, the school-oriented policing, Mr. Speaker, was implemented, we had meetings after meetings after meetings to ensure that it was the right decision to make at the right time. It was all about protecting our students and young leaders of tomorrow. They want to be in an environment conducive to learning. and not violence. Mr. Speaker, if we have to take the bull by the horn and bring him, we will do that. And at the end of the day, I'm sure that there are students out there right now, they are willing to thank us because they were given the opportunity to learn in a secure environment. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to stay too long here because to me, I am here, but I should not be here talking about this.
Don't waste any time, eh? You have to tell them the good things.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me just share some things with you as we speak. Mr. Speaker, the initiative is supported by clearly defined, measurable, and time-bound performance indicators, including a strategic minimum of 20%, annual reduction in school-related incidents, at least 80% positive feedback from students and staff regarding safety, a minimum of 2 engagement activities per school per month, and 100% of training, certification, compliance for deployed officers. Mr. Speaker, these are measurable and monitored. Quarterly data collection and reporting, semi-annual performance review, and annual national evaluation to guide policy and resource allocation. Mr. Speaker, the children of the nation will continue to benefit. 10 years of neglect will not disappear in 10 or 11 months. It's a work in progress. And we are seeing the progress because we have done some work. Mr. Speaker, the timeline is as long as it takes. If we need to treat with gang, culture, crime, and criminality from our schools, it is as long as it takes. There'll be no letting up. There'll be no pressure coming from that other side to stop. And let us go back to the old thing. Rob here, rob there, beat up the teacher, pelt her out the chair, and all of these things. We are not tolerating that behavior. So, Mr. Speaker, having said that, all I can say is we will continue to support our teachers. We'll continue to support the teaching staff, administrators. We'll continue to support the security officers on the compound. We'll continue to support all the parents who are sending their children in an environment of learning which they want for their children. And we'll continue to support the good behaviors of every student in a bid to ensure that they get a good education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As I recognize the member for Laventille West, I propose to take the customary tea break at this time. We'll come back at 5:20. The House is suspended until 5:20. Thank you very much.
quorum.
Member for Laventille West.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion brought by the member for St. Anne's East. Mr. Speaker, before I get into my contribution, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all our Standard 5 students across Trinidad and Tobago, and specifically the 8 primary schools within my constituency of Laventille West for their hard work and dedication, and to congratulate them on having the strength, the perseverance to complete their primary school level education. And I know that they have all succeeded and excelled at yesterday's SE exams, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion brought by the Honourable Member for St. Anne's East, I want to first commend the Honourable Minister for St. Anne's East and the former Minister of Education for this very timely and insightful motion that was brought and placed before this honourable House today, please. And whilst I listen attentively to all speakers prior to me, Mr. Speaker, I think that the members opposite clearly misunderstood, or quite frankly, never read this motion that is currently being debated. I would say so, Mr. Speaker, because the members seem to suggest or imply or infer that the Honourable Member for St. Anne's East and the members on this side, Mr. Speaker, is against police involvement whatsoever in our schools. And I want to put on record that that is not the opposition's position. And I want to go back to the resolution that we are asking this Honourable House to take note of. Be it resolved that this House call on the government to clearly outline the details of its policy on the use of armed police officers in school, including the role and authority of the officers, and the criteria by which schools have been chosen, and to indicate the key performance indicators of the initiative with associated timelines. Mr. Speaker, each member on that side had 45 minutes to contribute into this motion. The Minister of Education stood here in response to this motion and used probably a quarter of his time and have not answered one key aspect of the resolution. The Honourable Minister has not told us what are the key performance indicators set by his ministry. The Honourable Minister has not told us what is the criteria for the selections of the school. The motion spoke about the fact that we have this motion, Mr. Speaker, asked and looked at the 50 schools that were in, the number of the 50 schools being secondary school being thrown about, and a further 20 primary schools which are the subject of certain patrols. The minister had enough time, Mr. Speaker, and we asked a simple question: which are these 50 schools that has the armed police officers in it? That's a simple question. Why is the minister, why is the government hiding this very, very simple fact? Why is the minister not, Mr. Speaker, listing which are the 20 schools that have been targeted for mobile patrols and certain check-in by the police service? Mr. Speaker, we have absolutely no objections to the police involvement in a clearly outlined way in order to seek to quell the issue of school violence and violence as a whole, Mr. Speaker. My friend from Tunapuna, Mr. Speaker, spoke about the work that the police service has been doing in the school. And I want to first, Mr. Speaker, to tell the honourable member for Tunapuna, we are not criticizing the police service in terms of their involvement in the schools. We are not. Mr. Speaker, I have witnessed firsthand and served as a former vice president of the Interagency Task Force Police Youth Club. And I can tell you firsthand that the hard-working, dedicated officers assigned to the Interagency Task Force Hearts and Minds and the police youth clubs throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago have been doing phenomenal work with our young people. They have been doing phenomenal work. And today I want to stand and commend the officers of the Interagency Task Force Hearts and Minds, the members of the Community Policing Unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and all the hard-working officers that continue to mentor and to help our young boys and girls stay on the right track, Mr. Speaker. And I don't want, if members of the public are listening to members opposite, they may get the perception that that is not our position, and that is in fact our position, Mr. Speaker. So I want to put that on record. But Mr. Speaker, we are simply asking, this motion calls for us to first look at our international obligations and our local obligations. So, Trinidad and Tobago has ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which affirms every child is entitled to an education in an environment that is safe, inclusive, and conducive to learning. Article 28, Mr. Speaker, of the Convention establishes the right of education, while Article 19 mandates that the state must take all appropriate legislative, administrative, social, and economical and educational measures to protect the child from all forms of physical and mental violence. Mr. Speaker, violence in our schools is not a new issue. It existed years ago, decades ago, and it continues to exist and persist, Mr. Speaker, today. This requires a bipartisan approach, and I'm certain that every member in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, would hope and wish and want and would want to work towards a school environment where there is no violence, where there is no bullying, where there is no crime committed in our schools against our children, or even children committing it against children, Mr. Speaker. And as a responsible opposition, we could have, the member for St. Ann East could have phrased this motion in a way to seem as if we are combative or against this intention and plan of the government to put armed police officers in school. That is not the case, and I want to congratulate again the member for St. Ann East for a well-drafted motion with the nation's children at our heart, Mr. Speaker, and in our minds. Mr. Speaker, I want to go to Jesse Ramdeo story, a Guardian story, from the 5th of March, 2026. And it reads, it has trouble in schools. Minister reveals worrying new data showing spike in classroom violence and student suspension. Now, the minister, in his contribution, would have given some new data, and I'm not saying in terms of the comparison that there are some slight differences. But I want to read from this report because it's important, please, Mr. Speaker. Referring to the Honourable Member for San Fernando West and the Honourable Minister of Education, said, "This has described the shift in schools across the country as critical, prompting revisions to the Ministry of Education's National School Code of Conduct. Mr. Speaker, and the Honourable Minister stated that they have developed this new National School Code of Conduct last year. And I went through very carefully the 2018 National School Code code of conduct and compare it to the Honourable Minister's new National School Code of Conduct, and the changes are minimal. It is simply a delete here, add a few words here, and I want to congratulate the then Minister of Education in 2018, Mr. Anthony Garcia, for his hard work. Mr. Speaker, so I'm going on to the article. The member for San Fernando West is quoted as saying, in our school-oriented police officer evaluation program for term 1 of the 2025-2026 academic year, we observed something instructive. Suspensions during lunchtime declined by 15%. That's great. We welcome that. And suspension after school declined roughly by 25%. That too, Mr. Speaker, is commendable. But the article goes further. It says, however, he, referring to the Honourable Minister, revealed that classroom incidents have increased. Incidents during class with a member of staff present, more than likely a teacher, rose from 401 cases to 544 cases. Mr. Speaker, this is a significant increase, even with police officers being in schools. And what the data suggests, Mr. Speaker, most respectfully, is that when police officers are around in terms of during recess, during lunch, after school, that the suspensions are less, which means that the students are not fighting as much, they are not engaging in damaging school furniture and so on, and that is welcome. But what it tells us, Mr. Speaker, the trend is indicative that when the students go into the classroom and the police officers are not in the classroom and it's only the teachers there, the violence is simply increasing, and it is increasing significantly, Mr. Speaker. And that is cause for concern. It is cause for concern because why is this government, Mr. Speaker, is waving around this initiative to put armed police officers in school as if it is the solution to treat with violence in our nation's school. The data contradicts 100%, Mr. Speaker. And that is why this motion calls for us to take a deep dive into the root causes that is associated with violence in our nation's schools, Mr. Speaker. And of course, my friend wants to know the root causes, and I will get to that. And I will get to some of the root causes, the socio-economic, the educational aspect. We will get to that. Unlike some of your friends, I'm prepared for this debate. So I'm here, I can speak for as long as I can. If incidents, and I'm quoting Mr. Speaker, if incidents are now occurring more frequently during instructional time, then classroom management becomes central to our reform agenda, the Honourable Minister said. He said a further evaluation of the school-oriented policing program for term 1, 2025-2026 academic year showed that national suspension increased from 2,659 suspensions to 3,005 suspensions, Mr. Speaker. However, in the 51 highest risk schools where permanent police officers are stationed, he said the suspension numbers remain stable. In other words, Mr. Speaker, it didn't go up, it didn't go down. So the implementation actually did not result in anything drastic or anything positively, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we are asking for the key performance indicators to be set, for timelines to be set, so that we can monitor the progress of initiatives such as this, and that we be able to contribute in terms of being able to recommend certain solutions, being able to come together in order for the betterment of our nation's children, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and of course, the member for Tunapuna listed some of the very serious offences that our students our young students have found themselves in, which is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. And newspaper reports and the member for Tunapuna in the other place, Mr. Speaker, would have, in response to a question posed, would have outlined that there were 19 students who were arrested in the first term, as quoted by the Trinidad Guardian, on the 24th of March 2026. It reads, Mr. Speaker, 19 students arrested, charged for violence at school in the first term. Homeland Security Minister, the Honorable Roger Alexander, says since the school-oriented police initiative began in September 2025, 19 students were arrested in the first term from September to December 2025. The 19 were all charged in connection with school violence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, where there are serious breaches of our nation's law, we expect justice to take its course. We know that in terms of the sentencing guidelines for children, the protection that the Children's Act afford young offenders, the way that the Honorable Training Court conducts their inquiry and how they treat with matters before the Honorable Court. And 19 arrests and charge, Mr. Speaker, is nothing to boast about when it comes to our children. Mr. Speaker, understanding the balancing act, of course, Mr. Speaker, in holding our young people accountable, holding their parents accountable at times, Mr. Speaker, and working in a way that would prevent this sort of behavior. And the Honourable Member for Tokyo Sangagandhi would have alluded to the fact in crosstalk in relation to the root causes, and I'm going to get to that, Mr. Speaker, because many times I was researching some behavioral reports from coming out of the different universities in the Caribbean as well as internationally in terms of what are some of those root causes, Mr. Speaker. Because there are many socioeconomic challenges, and my friend from Laventil, Eastmover, would have alluded to some of them as a young professional that worked in the school system, and would have outlined the effects that poverty may have, the fact that you're not able to have breakfast, the fact that you may not be able to come to school dressed in a clean shirt. Mr. Speaker, these are relevant issues. But further to which, Mr. Speaker, we do have an issue in Trinidad and Tobago and across the Caribbean where a lot of our students, a lot of our children have symptoms and have diagnosis in some cases of ADHD, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to spend a little time on that, on showing in terms of the root causes. And sometimes you may find a child who either have not been diagnosed with ADHD, and therefore the school and the system may not know how to spot it from very early, how to involve them in terms of the social and psychological support to give to them, and therefore they may be reacting. And sometimes these children themselves are victims, Mr. Speaker. These children, at times, can be diagnosed with ADHD and all different types of psychological and social issues and challenges, Mr. Speaker. So, the National Institute of Mental Health described ADHD as a brain disorder marked by an ongoing pattern of inattention and/or hyperactivity, impulsivity that interferes with the functioning or development. It is usually diagnosed by neuropsychologists and clinical psychologists, but it could also be diagnosed by
48-1.
Relevant, Stoko? Continue.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and this is important for us to look at some of the challenges that you may see children behaving unruly. Children speaking when teachers are speaking, fighting, bullying, damaging property, etc. And some of these children may actually be diagnosed with SAME. So I'm going to go to a report, Mr. Speaker, from the Southwest Regional Health Authority would have done a study in Trinidad and Tobago between January 2017 and February 2018. And they interviewed, it was a case study where they looked at interviewing 1,887 patients. Well, they were then diagnosed as patients in terms of the report. But they pulled 1,087 students within the Southwest region and would have done certain tests, asked them certain questions, interviewed them, send them for screening, etc. And out of these 1,087 students, Mr. Speaker, 130 students, that is 11.9% of the students, were actually diagnosed with having ADHD. Mr. Speaker, these are students that are sitting in class, behaving unruly in some circumstances, misbehaving, finding themselves in fights, damaging property, etc. And the teachers and the professionals simply do not know how to treat with them at times because, and their answer to it may be the same warning letters, suspension, referring them to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, expulsion, etc. So, I am saying this, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the root causes, it may be in the most respectful way, Mr. Speaker, to recommend to the government that we may need to take a deeper look into the root causes of some of the behavioral challenges that our young children are facing in school. And simply putting armed police officers in school who, within one academic term, Mr. Speaker, would have arrested and charged 19 of them. Maybe some follow-ups in terms of not only charging, or in some cases, it may be a case where you may need to send some of them for counseling, for screening, and to put certain things in place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when, under the last administration, when students found themselves either on the verge of suspension, or even when students were expelled, what was put in place is that, for example, the young men would immediately be taken into MyLat, MyPart, CCC. Mr. Speaker, and as a result of that, it wasn't a matter of just throwing them out. It wasn't a matter of just having them the possibility of them recording convictions on their record at a very young age, prohibiting them from a lot of services, please, Mr. Speaker, job opportunities, etc. But it would have given them a second chance at life. And I am proud of the work. I am proud of the work that a PNM-led government and the policies like MyLat and CCC would have put in place as to address some of the root causes rather than trying and boasting about charging 19 students, Mr. Speaker. I am proud of the PNM's work in relation to the root causes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we speak about root causes and we speak about solutions, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the member of St. Anthony, not just for this motion, but for the kind of solutions that were either implemented or were in the pipeline under her stewardship, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the education policy 2023 to 2027 was implemented under the member for St. Anne's East. There were 106 schools of focus and implementation of remedial educational plan under the member for St. Anne's East. There were the creation, Mr. Speaker, and filling of over 100 new social worker positions for schools of focus under the member for St. Anne's East. Mr. Speaker, there were creation and filling of 14 new guidance counselors for schools of focus. Mr. Speaker, all these things go to the root causes and not just a matter of putting armed police officers in school and putting your hands up in the air. Mr. Speaker, under a PNM government, we hired over 150 learning support assistants for schools of focus. This administration have outlined school of focus or violent schools or whatever they want to call it, and the only thing that they could have put in place within 1 year is to put armed police officers. Mr. Speaker, we reject that. Mr. Speaker, we reject as one
Mr. Speaker,
solution.
point of order, please. 44-1. Member for Toko Sangi Grande is consistently disturbing the debate.
Joko, come on. Just stop that. We have... I know you all are getting restless, but we're almost at time.
Next time. Next time.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, for your protection. And I thank my colleague from San Fernando for his intervention. Mr. Speaker,
he wouldn't go to the
there were an introduction.
So why am I hearing you?
Sorry, sir?
Why am I hearing you if you just come?
I'm still hearing Toko Sangi.
Well, I'm hearing you more.
I hear him.
All right, let's just get on with it, shall we?
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, under the member for Sentence East and under the PNM, there were an introduction of restorative justice initiative in 10 schools of focus. Mr. Speaker, under PNM government, we increased the number of special education teacher aides through collaboration with OJT, Mr. Speaker. That is the work of the PNM. That is the work of the member for Sentence East. That is the work of your constituents, Bartaria Sanwan. I know you are proud of that. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, then under the Minister of Education and Member of Parliament for Sentence East, implemented a peer mediation program, implemented the volunteer mentorship program, implemented in 26 secondary schools of focus. The member for Sentence East introduced, Mr. Speaker, annual vacation revision program. Mr. Speaker, that saw, Mr. Speaker, significant increase in the performance of our students who ordinarily may have been suspended, may have been expelled, Mr. Speaker, giving them the opportunity to catch up. And that is when we are talking about in terms of the root causes and putting solutions in place so that we can reap the benefits, Mr. Speaker. I want to salute the member for St. John's East. Annual vacation revision program implemented in primary schools, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are talking when we are talking about root problems. Free after-school tuition offered to standard 3 and to 5 students in 80 schools of focus. The establishment, Mr. Speaker, of an education district health unit liaison between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health for health-related and including psychological services, Mr. Speaker. So I most respectfully say to Mr. Speaker that there are other interventions that need to be brought on stream in order to see the success that each member in this House, I'm certain, wants to see within our education system, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and that's why I want to put on the record, Mr. Speaker, that again, we are not opposed to this initiative of putting the armed police officers in school. But we need to know, up to now, we can't find one document on what is the policy. What are the 50 schools? What is the process?
15 minutes.
Thank you very kindly,
Which will take you to
every second, Mr. Speaker.
Which will take you. I would suggest you not use the entire 15 minutes. And let's take you to the magic hour.
Yes, I will, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would not be distracted by my friends today. I'm taking every second of every minute up to 6 o'clock.
Amply otherwise.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to take a brief look of some studies in the United States in relation to putting armed police officers in schools and the effects that it had. There are some positive effects, but there are also some negative effects. And simply putting the police officers in school, what most of the report has suggested, Mr. Speaker, is that it must be accompanied by some strict guidelines. We are yet to be informed about what exactly is the training, the specialized training for police officers when you send them to our nation's school. Is it a case, Mr. Speaker, for example, in the United States, in some states there are mandatory training, specialized training in terms of conflict resolution, in terms of mentorship, in terms of educational and social support that goes along with putting police officers in schools, training the police officers, Mr. Speaker, not to merely intervene in cases to prosecute in terms of arresting and charging and so on, but basically putting proper mentorship guidelines in place. And again, want to draw the attention to the good work that the Hearts and Mind Division have been doing, especially in my constituency of Laventille West, of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. I want to salute them because, Mr. Speaker, I have seen the positive effects of when these police officers, Mr. Speaker, who are trained, the Hearts and Mind officers are trained, they have the experience, this is what they do for a living. They have been in existence over 17 years, Mr. Speaker, and most of the officers have remained there and they interact with the community. They are part of the police youth club, and that is the kind of mentorship and so on that we would want for our children, Mr. Speaker, in these different schools. And in light of same, Mr. Speaker, I'm just pointing to in terms of the United States and some of the issues that it's facing, to just guide in terms of how we implement this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I'm referring to an article, Why School Police Officers May Not Be the Most Effective Way to Prevent Violence. It's a 2024 article written by an Associate Dean and Professor of Sociology and Criminal Justice, Monique Buchanan. So, it's a 4 or 5 point article in terms of the challenges. The first, Mr. Speaker, is they don't address the root problems, and that is what the motion speaks to. So the article speaks that many of these students struggle to make friends, experience challenges in their homes, in their home lives, and have multiple behavioral and mental health needs that haven't been addressed. And when you simply put police officers in place, they may not be able to identify same, and therefore may treat it in a punitive way, Mr. Speaker. Second of which is at times the armed police officers in the schools, their roles are not well defined, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the research showed that the school resource officers are effective at detecting drug-related activity on campus and addressing violent-related crime and gang activities in school. But the officers do not lower the instances of bullying and low-level crime like vandalism and schoolyard fights. Mr. Speaker, the report further refers to the fact that the role of school police officers, as well as their training, varies from school to school. This means that some may have a more positive impact on the students than others. So that is why it's important, Mr. Speaker, for the Ministry of Education to outline what is the policy that all schools will be guided by. And if we know what is the policy that all of the 50 schools are guided by, then we will be in a much better position, Mr. Speaker, to assess its success, its implementation, and keep track of how things are going, Mr. Speaker. The third aspect, according to the report, Mr. Speaker, is that armed police officers do not increase students' feelings of safety. The report says that students report that the presence of school resource officers does not make them feel more positive about school safety climate. It goes further to say that researchers suggest a possible reason why is because they start to worry that their own behavior can result in harsh punishment. This can lead to other negative consequences, like increased absenteeism, failure to graduate, and delinquency outside of school. Students who frequently encounter school police officers can begin to develop subconscious feeling that their school is unsafe, particularly if their encounters were related to the discipline. Even students who do not directly interact with the officers, but witness other students get arrested, can begin to feel afraid that they will be arrested for minor disturbances too, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and that's why it's important for us to just, for me, briefly, to just suggest some solutions and some recommendations to the Honourable Member for San Fernando East and the Honourable Minister of Education to consider with his team in terms of implementing or even just considering for discussion. Please, Mr. Speaker. One, Mr. Speaker, that we develop, and before it's late, Mr. Speaker, that we engage in stakeholder consultation in relation to a clearly outlined training program for our police officers who intend to enter school. It must be mandatory that no police officer of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service should enter as a full-time armed police officer assigned to school if they have not underwent any specified training in relation to how to treat with our nation's young people. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, I want to recommend is that we clearly outline, not just for cabinet ministers, Mr. Speaker, not just for the staff in the Ministry of Education, but we outline a national policy to outline the roles and duties of police officers. Because many times you would have conflicting roles. You may have the dean, the teachers, the principal instilling different discipline in the school, and the police officer may feel as if they can take over in some instances, and vice versa. So we have to clearly outline between our teachers, our deans, our principals, and our armed police officers exactly what are their roles and functions, and be able to hold them to account, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, in relation to the police will have its rules and regulations that are scheduled to the Police Service Act, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how they carry out investigations and so on. But there are no outline regulations for police officers as it relates to dealing with school children in those compounds. And I want to most respectfully suggest, Mr. Speaker, with the Minister of Education, part of the Minister of Homeland Security, and the Honourable Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, can work together in considering creating some regulations for police officers as it relates to the schools. And if they breach them, to put certain things in place in terms of their discipline and in terms of holding them to account, Mr. Speaker. And I want to most respectfully suggest that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, I would want to suggest work for the officers to work as a team with other experts, such as the social workers, the therapists, and all the other great initiatives that I just spoke about that the member for St. Anne's East in terms of the psychological support to our schools would have provided to encompass that in a sort of committee for each of the school districts so that we can come, because the problems and the culture in East Port of Spain may be different to that in Sangre Grande, Arima, Siparia, Pinal, etc. So we may need to foster that in such a way that is localized in terms of its localized board, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I realize that I have 4 seconds, and I want to thank you very kindly for this opportunity to contribute.
Leader of the House.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House now do adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, leave has been granted for 2 matters to be raised on the motion for the adjournment. I will now call on the member for Diego Martin North East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the members opposite rejoice in their revelry, you will know that after I raised a motion last week, they started to patch Saddle Road. And it's interesting that when I filed this matter, which is the inadequate, irregular, and often non-existent water supply in the constituency of Diego Martin Northeast, over the last 8 months. Mr. Speaker, what's all this carrying on about? May I be allowed to speak in silence?
Well, I would have thought that you would have admonished your colleagues who were pounding the desk rather than being distracted by noise somehow.
I'm not distracted by the desk pounding over here.
Oh, well, I thought that the desk pounding drowned out the noise from the other side. Continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, the water supply in Diego Martin Northeast for the last 8 months has been irregular and often non-existent. And it's interesting when I sent this matter in on, Mr. Speaker.
We ain't pounding this now.
Come, let him. Remember, he's easily distracted. You can't blame him for that. So let him continue in some silence, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, this matter was received on the 17th of March. Prior to that, some areas in my constituency had not had water for 6 months. The day after this matter was received, they started to get water. The same thing happened when I brought the matter on Saddle Road. The day after, they started to patch Saddle Road. So it appears, Mr. Speaker, to get things done under this government, you have to file a matter on the motion for the adjournment. And I can assure you that I will, as we go along. Mr. Speaker, there were a number of water projects that were underway in my constituency, among others. There was an IDB-funded program, $80 million US from the IDB, and there was a Northwest Water Improvement Program. Now, all of that has just been either abandoned, suspended, truncated, stopped as soon as this administration on that side came in. They just stop it. Just stop it. But let me just go through some of the areas in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. The constituency of Diego Martin East is quite large. It's about 7 times the size of San Fran de Luis, for example. It's about 6 times the size of Barataria Sound, for example. And it contains a series of hilly and mountainous areas. It stretches from the hills of St. James, through Maraval, through Mount Coco Road, passing through Paramin, Cameron, very mountainous areas, all the way down to Pity Valley, and then all the way down to Blue Basin, River Estate, and Bagatelle in Diego Martin. That's why it's called Diego Martin Northeast. But as I said, it is 6 times the size of Barataria. And what happens in that constituency, Mr. Speaker, is that because of the mountainous areas in the village of Maraval, for example, you have to depend on a system of pumps and tanks. And it requires continuous maintenance, just like roads, continuous maintenance. And what has happened over the last 8 months, the system that was in place before, and I said under other governments, including UNC governments, of regular, routine, planned, and preventative maintenance, it has simply collapsed. So areas like La Saiva and Maraval haven't had water for 6 months, Mr. Speaker. Dundonald Hill in St. James, 8 months, no water. And you know why? Because the booster stations, the pumps, and so on simply are not being maintained. And, Mr. Speaker, if I have to file one of these matters every single week, I will, to make sure the people in my constituency get water, to make sure the people in Bellevue, Dundonald Hill, Debe get water, to make sure the people in Paramin get water, to make sure the people in Bagatelle and Blue Basin get water, to make sure the people in Fairways in Maraval, because This government does not discriminate. They punish everybody, whether they're rich, whether they're poor, whether they're working class, middle class, they're punishing everybody. So they're punishing Mocha, Highland Park, Fairways, La Saiva, Dundonald Hill, Debay, Bellevue. Mr. Speaker, this kind of thing has got to stop. They have been in government long enough. The learning curve should be over. It is time to do proper professional work. Proper professional work. And stop making excuses and stop making this thing a joke, Mr. Speaker. Water is essential to life. Thank you.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened very carefully to my colleague from Diego Martin Northeast. And right off the bat, the honourable member said that he would file a matter on the adjournment every week if that is what is required for his constituents to receive water. Mr. Speaker, this is coming from a member whose last incarnation in government was Minister of Public Utilities for just about 1 month. But, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's disposition and reputation does not stop short for that 1 month. And I want to refer you to an article dated December 12, 2021, which headlined "Water Woes in Colm's Constituency." You see, the member for Diego Martin Northeast held the position of Minister of Finance that financed all the water projects, if there were any, between the period 2015 to February 2025, until he became Minister of Public Utilities for that 1 month. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, the article that headlines "Water Woes in Colm's Constituency," dated December 12, 2021, what the honourable member's constituents had to say. And I quote, "For the past few years, we have been having issues with WASA and not getting water. It started in the late half of 2015. Who became the government in the late half of 2015? Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say, going into 2016, and after that we complained and called WASA, and they said it was pressure. They had to supply other places. I tried to be understanding. Someone gave us a private truck number to buy water. We now constantly have to buy water at $500 a tank, and one tank lasts 2 weeks. This started in the late half of 2015 when the People's National Movement came into power. Mr. Speaker, further the article says, after years without a restoration of supplies, residents said instead of asking for a rebate from WASA, they continue to receive no supply. Mr. Speaker, the article went on further, and I quote, "Additionally, a project to replace the existing 4-inch diameter pipeline along Northwest Drive with a large 6-inch diameter pipeline had been identified for implementation." This article was dated 2021. The residents told them while they were in government, Mr. Speaker, even when the member served as Minister of Public Utilities, it was in the public space that the residents of Diego Martin Northeast told them that they had to replace the pipelines there that was creating the problem. So to come here and give this song and dance to give the impression that water woes in Diego Martin Northeast now arrived on the scene is complete hogwash, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member for St. Anne's East told us during the debate, she had some advice for ministers and said, get to work, do the work. For 10 years you did no work. And that is why Diego Martin Northeast and several areas in the Northwest, Mr. Speaker, are facing water woes. The dilapidated infrastructure that we inherited, it is not a switch that you can turn on and turn off. my colleague from Oruka Lopino will tell you that. Had the member for Diego Martin Northeast stayed longer in the Ministry of Public Utilities, he might have learned that. But while he oversaw the expenditure for 10 years in this country, he could tell us all the projects that are needed in Diego Martin Northeast, but never one day lifted a finger to say as Minister of Finance that he will finance those projects in order for people to get water in their taps. The member then said that he will plead on behalf of his constituents from La Saiva, from Maraval. Where was your voice for the last 10 years? I recall when the member went into opposition in 2010. The member did an interview with CNC3 and he said, and I know we're in the spirit of Easter, he said in that interview, Mr. Speaker, that he would repent from his wicked ways of ignoring the plight of poor people. For 10 years he had the opportunity to repent and he did no such thing. But Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what we are doing to help the people in Northwest Trinidad. We don't play politics. The member for Couva North always says, we get the job done. And let us tell you what we are doing. We have conducted a comprehensive audit of OASA's national infrastructure. A lot of the aged, dilapidated infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, is causing us to continue to lose potable water. Mr. Speaker, we have developed a 60 million program to restore 100% efficiency and reliability of all 176 facilities across both islands. Mr. Speaker, the pumps that the honourable member from Diego Martin Northeast is referring to, many of them when we came into office, rusty, old, non-functional, and they implemented pumps that you can't get parts for. And when they want to talk about friend and family and financier, you should ask them who they gave those projects to. That today, you can't get parts for that. You have to replace the pumps, and it is taking forever. Mr. Speaker, we are changing all that. We have given the commitment. You have already started to see Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Public Utilities changing out some of that aged infrastructure. We know it is frustrating to residents, but that is what we inherited for 10 years. So when the member for Arima wants to call our Prime Minister unfit and lazy, I want to tell you, member for Arima, if you want to see unfit and lazy, turn to your left and turn to your right. I want to tell the member for Arima, when you want to see lazy and unfit, don't only turn to the left and turn to the right. Look in a mirror. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Member for Mausika, Malabar.
Yeah, you all didn't read the order paper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, this is the first motion I'm raising on the adjournment. And again, like my colleague from Diego Martin Northeast, I too am experiencing challenges with respect to water in my constituency of Malabar Mausika. And Mr. Speaker, as was to be expected, we would have heard in the response invariably about the 10 years of neglect under the PNM contributing to the issues that we have now. Mr. Speaker, let me address that. I live in the constituency of Malabar Mausika, formerly Dabadi Omera, formerly Aruka South. I've lived there all my life, Mr. Speaker, and I still live there, and I expect for the foreseeable future that I will continue to live there. So that I am very well aware, Mr. Speaker, of the situation with respect to water. What we have been experiencing over the last 4 to 5 months, Mr. Speaker, it is not something that we are accustomed to.
Correct. Now standard.
And Mr. Speaker, I lament the fact that we are unable to play audio in the precincts of this chamber. Because if we could do so, I would allow my constituents, Mr. Speaker, to speak for themselves. With all of the voice notes that I have been getting either directly from constituents or from some of my councillors, who are inundated, Mr. Speaker, with calls from persons who are frustrated with the situation as it pertains to water, Mr. Speaker. We are accustomed in Malabar Mausika to a 3-day schedule. Most of the constituency, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And for the last few years, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to rely on that.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 4 to 5 months, there has been a significant deviation from that schedule. And we, in Malabar Mausika, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the whole constituency, we are now suffering from a malady called not accustomed. We're not accustomed, Mr. Speaker, to such lengthy delays of not having water in our taps. Mr. Speaker, yesterday morning I got a voice note from one of my constituents who was extremely upset. This voice note was 2 minutes and 24 seconds long. And listening to this lady, Mr. Speaker, she's a school teacher, and she started off by making the point. She said, I can't go to school to teach the people children because I have no water. Both of my tanks are empty and have been so for the longest while. Extremely upset, Mr. Speaker. Her voice broke on several occasions. She mentioned the fact that yesterday we had the SCA exam, and we had a number of students in the constituency, Mr. Speaker, who would have faced that challenge, having to get up to go to school, and there is no water in their taps, Mr. Speaker. So it gives me no pleasure to have to raise this motion today, but the fact of the matter is that the constituents of Malabar Mausika are frustrated. Correct. Mr. Speaker, Malabar Mausika is a burgeoning commercial hub. We have a lot of businesses, big businesses in Malabar Mausika that depend on water. Mr. Speaker, and they have issues with that, and so of course they reach out to the MP. We have schools, 5 primary schools, and we have secondary schools, again, which from time to time, Mr. Speaker, reach out to the MP complaining about issues with water. I have had to send home my office staff on numerous occasions, again, because of the same issue, lack of water. But we know that the UNC's track record when it comes to the delivery of water has been abysmal. When we throw our minds back to the promise of water for all by 2000, Mr. Speaker, and we recall the boast back then that the Minister of Public Utilities, Ganga Singh, dropped pipe and more pipe, Mr. Speaker. And despite all that pipe that dropped, they demitted office, Mr. Speaker, and that promise unkept, undelivered, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reality. And so I am not making any third-party reportage. I am speaking here, Mr. Speaker, from my personal experience. I am accustomed that when I turn a tap in my house, there is water. So that when recently, Mr. Speaker, I was taking a shower, and in the middle of a shower, covered in soap, water stopped. Water stopped. And what was the problem, Mr. Speaker, when I went outside? Of course, the water levels in the tank, low. Now, as I said, I'm not accustomed to that, Mr. Speaker. And that is the situation that we have been experiencing for the last 4 to 5 months. They campaigned and came into office on when UNC wins, everybody wins. But the constituents of Malabar Mausika are not winning. They're losing. They have lost. We have lost our reliable water schedule. Losing. In some of their own constituencies, Mr. Speaker, we saw just a couple weeks ago in the constituency of Maruga Tableland, where it is that the people had to go to the media. Right. And then we saw with due dispatch, the minister in the ministry and the MP made the way down there to go and assist. Run quick. Maybe we need to protest in Malabar Mausika to and call the media so that they could come and help us. Mr. Speaker, do you know what else? I have 2 members opposite who live or at least have property holdings in my constituency. I don't know if since they attained high office, if they moved on out to the east side, Mr. Speaker. So they can attest to what I am saying. If they still live in the constituency, they know that we have a reliable water supply and what we've been experiencing for the last couple of months, the last few months, Mr. Speaker. And so as they love to talk about Marcelle, say, give them performance. Well, the performance that you all have been giving Malabar Mausika and other constituencies with respect to the delivery of water has been woefully inadequate. That is the type of performance that could get a man a divorce, Mr. Speaker. And since they love to talk about we will fix it and we will fix it, just one plea, Minister, fix it.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe if the member for Gadsby-Mausika was less preoccupied about pipe and more interested about water delivery, we might have been in a better position with respect to this debate. You see, the honourable member spoke about the abysmal track record of the UNC in the water sector. And nothing is further from the truth. The member was disingenuous. The member was misleading. The member was rambling. But, Mr. Speaker, let us talk about the PNM's track record since the honourable member has raised it. When we came into office into April 28, 2026, we came in 2025, Mr. Speaker. We came in with WASA admitting on the public record that only 24% of Trinidad and Tobago received a 24/7 supply of water under the People's National Movement after 10 years of prolonged suffering and remaining in government during that time. Mr. Speaker, when the UNC demitted office in 2015, we were at 74% 24/7 supply of Trinidad and Tobago. So when you want to talk about track record, you must know and understand your facts. The member then jumped to Tablan. He represents Gadsby-Dolly, but then jumped to Tablan. Mr. Speaker, in this very parliament,
San Fernando East, get a grip on yourself. Stop it. We're almost at an end. I know you're getting restless. You just came out from recess. School is going to over just now.
Mr. Speaker, I think if we benefited...
I'd like to state that San Fernando has no water.
Mr. Speaker, I think if the member for San Fernando East benefited a bit more from the consultancy at NEC, he might have been able to afford a few more truck-borne supply of water. Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about Tablan. I remember sitting in this very parliament when then Minister Robert Lehunt came to the parliament and promised a $20 million project along the Naparima-Mayaro Road that will alleviate the problems. And the member for Diego Martin Northeast spoke about the geography of his constituency and how there are a lot of hills. The member for Maruga Tablan will tell you between Maruga Tablan and Mayaro on the Naparima-Mayaro Road that the geography is very similar. They promised the people of Tablan, Rio Claro, Mayaro, Princestown, Naparima, San Fernando East, who jumping up like a jack in a box, promised those same people that $20 million project. But in true PNM style, promises never materialized. It never happened. 2018 come and gone. 2019 you in government. 2020 you in government. 21 you in government. 22 you in government. 23 you in government. 24 you in government. And thank God the people of Trinidad and Tobago opened their eyes and took you out in 2025. I want to tell the member from Maruga Tablan, that project is coming. It is coming to the Naparima-Mayaro Road. That project that was promised in 2018 that never materialized under the People's National Movement because of spite and malice, because those people belong to rural communities. Those days are long over. But I want to tell my colleague from Gadsby-Dolly, my apologies, that there has been no sustained or system-wide disruption to water supply within the Malabar-Mausica constituency. While isolated events such as broken mains, valve defects, or short-term mechanical issues have occurred, it is both misleading and irresponsible to characterize these as a water crisis. Mr. Speaker, typically a water crisis in these communities experience a lack of potable water supply, in some cases for weeks, a reality that has affected many parts of Trinidad and Tobago. WASA has confirmed that the constituency is supplied by a Repo water treatment plant, Hollis water treatment plant, and the North Urbuch water treatment plant. Mr. Speaker, right now, the government will not shy away from the structural realities confronting the sector. A recent WASA infrastructure audit has revealed that the Northeast Zone is currently experiencing a production deficit of approximately 5.34 million gallons per day. Additionally, 20 out of 21 critical facilities in this zone are operating at effectively 0% reliability, reflecting years of underinvestment and deferred maintenance. I heard my colleague speak from Diego Martin Northeast about maintenance. Mr. Speaker, this is a chronic, systematic inheritance that we received as a gift from members opposite. Our technical assessment further indicates that an investment of approximately $5 million is required to restore these 21 facilities to full 100% operational efficiency and reliability. Mr. Speaker, I stood here as an opposition member of Parliament for 10 years. The member for Aruca Lopino was the Minister for Public Utilities for almost 5 of those 10 years. He had other colleagues who served at different points during their tenure between the period 2015 to 2025. All of them had one common thread. They disassociated themselves from WASA, TNTEC, TSCT, hoping to give the population that they were removed from the challenges without confronting the challenges and taking responsibility. When I stood in opposition, many times, the member for Aruca Lopino will come and say, WASA is keeping to its scheduled supply of water. And we knew very well that many times WASA was not keeping to the scheduled supply. I hear my colleague from Malabar Mausika with respect to the scheduled supply of water. And I want to tell him that I also share that concern, and I share that concern for 10 years, that ministers will come and say that WASA has put out a schedule and people are receiving the water. What I've done, Mr. Speaker, together with my colleague from Lebre and my colleague from Kumoto Manzilla, who serve in the ministry with me, we have now established, and the authority is from the Cabinet of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, has now given us the authority to establish an oversight system that when WASA puts out a schedule, that there is a check and balance. You cannot put the guard to guard the guard inside of WASA. Somebody has to have oversight, and therefore, over the next couple of weeks, we'll be unveiling and unrolling that project inside of the Ministry of Public Utilities, where we will have an in-house system where citizens can call in and say, WASA has put out a schedule, and we still don't have water. They told us we're getting our money, but we are not getting our money. We are not deflecting and hoping that WASA will get the blame and that the minister will be nice and clean and the minister will get no flack from the public. We have said that we'll fix the problem. We are putting plans, policies, and programs in place to measure that success and to measure that what we say is happening is actually happening. That did not happen under colleagues opposite. I can tell you that for a fact, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, together with some of the projects that we have mentioned, you will see a revolution in the water sector over the next couple of years. But it has started. But as I said earlier, it is not the flip of a switch. We inherited 10 years of no investment in the water sector, no maintenance, and a few contracts they gave to friend, family, and friends, Mr. Speaker, left us in a worse off situation where we cannot get parts for many of the water treatment plants. We cannot get parts for the pumps because many of these contractors, Mr. Speaker, were there to fill people's pockets as opposed to putting water in the pipes in people's homes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, as everyone here is aware, on Monday we celebrate Shouter Baptist Liberation Day, and next Friday we also celebrate, next weekend we also celebrate Easter. In that order, I shall now invite members of both sides to bring greetings. Firstly, on Shouter Baptist Liberation Day, and thereafter we'll move to Easter. So I now invite member for Moruga Tableland to give greetings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, as we recognize a milestone of 75 years, I can stand in this honorable house with pride, great pride, Mr. Speaker. I stand as an MP, as a Minister of Culture and Community Development, as a proud spiritual Baptist, one serving a government led by a spiritual Baptist, the Honorable Kamala Prasad. Not only to represent my constituents, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, to join the voices come the 30th, and to join all those of faith, and to say that we have done well, that we have served, and that the members on this side, that we joined those spiritual Baptists with great pride, and that we will continue to be of service to them. I do so with deep humility, conviction, reverence, and pride because of the Honorable Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the entire UNC-led government, and myself, Mr. Speaker. To us, this is not merely a date on our national calendar. It is not merely a ceremonial observance. This is personal to us. This is spiritual to us. This is historical to us. And this is deeply connected to a journey of a people whose faith endured oppression, misunderstanding, ridicule, and rejection, Mr. Speaker, but who still stood firm with conviction under God that they observed and they deserved their right to serve, to practice their religion. That injustice remained with them until the ordinance was repealed on the 30th of March, 1951. Decades later, Mr. Speaker, in 1996, under a UNC government, history was made by granting spiritual Baptists a public holiday in recognition of their struggle, their sacrifice, and their rightful place in our national culture and communities. As someone who was raised in this faith, as someone whose mother is a reverend mother in the spiritual Baptist faith, and as someone who understands both the public misconceptions and its private beauty, I too take time to say that I join them in service on this great day, on the 30th. And so this day, I call alongside the Prime Minister and the government to make a call for understanding, to make a call to move beyond assumptions and ignorance, to make a call to recognize that faith does not have to resemble your own in order to be worthy of respect. It deserves not only formal acknowledgement, but heartfelt recognition. Not only ceremonial greetings, but national understanding, because the spiritual Baptist faith has contributed to this beautiful Twin Island state of Trinidad and Tobago. It has contributed to our spiritual heritage, cultural life, sense of resilience, discipline, and understanding that some of the deepest forms of power do not come from status or privilege, but from prayer and divine calling. As such, it was a UNC-led government with understanding of the faith that gave them lands to build, that gave them an early childhood center, and gave them a primary school. Therefore, today, I pay tribute to the leaders, elders, mothers, priests, bishops, and members of the spiritual Baptist community throughout Trinidad and Tobago, my brothers and sisters. I honor those who kept the faith when it was unpopular, Mr. Speaker, like the astute Archbishop Barbara Gray Burke, whose steady leadership helped to affirm the dignity and place for the spiritual Baptist community in our national life. I also recognize those who protected the traditions when they were mocked, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we were mocked. And persons like Archbishop Elton George Griffith, who gave of himself to preserve the past and our sacred practices and values that we hold dear to our heart, that continue to enrich our cultural and spiritual heritage. I honor those who prayed, who mourned, who labored, and sacrificed so that future generations like myself could worship freely. We worship free because of those before us. And I honor those that continue today to preserve the sacred legacy of this great religion by faith, dignity, and devotion. On this spiritual Baptist Liberation Day, let us remember that liberation is not only about law, it is also about Trinidad and Tobago's identity, recognition, the right to be understood and to be respected. So, Mr. Speaker, today, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I extend heartfelt greetings to the entire spiritual Baptist community and to our beloved people on this holy occasion. Mr. Speaker, as we mark this 75th anniversary, I am reminded of the words of the 100th Psalm. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all ye lands. Serve the Lord with gladness and come before his presence with singing. That, Mr. Speaker, is a clarion call of this day. That the joyful noise the spiritual Baptists were once forbidden to make is now the song of a nation giving thanks. That the worship once criminalized is now celebrated, and that the gladness we carried this and that the gladness will carry this faith through prohibition, through persecution, and through 75 years of liberation. It is with great gladness that I stand before you to say Happy Spiritual Baptist Day to Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Port of Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise on behalf of the People's National Movement to commemorate Spiritual Baptist Shelter Liberation Day, a powerful testament to faith, resistance, and the unyielding spirit of a people who refuse to be silent. So, my beloved, today I speak to you from my heart. Now more than ever, you are called upon to help lead this country out of fracture and division. As a faith, your unique history of struggle against oppression and tyranny places you in a position to teach this nation resilience, forgiveness, and unity. And we say on this side that that is your sacred role at this time. Mr. Speaker, we must never forget that this faith was once outlawed in this very land that we call home. And under the Shelter Prohibition Ordinance of 1917, spiritual Baptists were criminalized for worshiping, persecuted, arrested, charged, and some even jailed. Yet, through perseverance, they prevailed. In 1951, when this unjust ban was repealed, it was not repealed through resentment. And that victory now places the community of the spiritual Baptists in Trinidad and Tobago in a position to be a powerful unifying voice in Trinidad and Tobago when it is now most needed. The People's National Movement has always been a movement of unity. When we are in government, we govern for the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Speaker, in these unprecedented times of this type of governance in Trinidad and Tobago, it's hard to resist hate and resentment, you know. It's hard not to hate when every day you see people who are taking you for a fool by their actions. It's hard not to bear resentment when bold promises are made, 20,000 houses, yet they say it's a misprint. It is hard. And we call upon the spiritual Baptist community to help us not to hate, not to be resentful. Mr. Speaker, it is hard when you are working one day and the next day you are fired and you cannot feed your children and send them to school. So we call upon the spiritual Baptist faith, who has a history of resilience and forgiveness. Teach us what moved you in 1951 to come out of prohibition and not hate, Teach us not to hate and to harbor resentment. I understand why there's discomfort, but I will continue to be the voice in the wilderness. Mr. Speaker, the recognition of the power and the potential of the spiritual Baptist faith, it was done by Mr. Gadsby-Dolly, in 1996. And that historic step he took of declaring a public holiday was something that showed us that he understood unity in Trinidad and Tobago. This present incarnation of the UNC is far from Gadsby-Dolly.
Mr. Speaker,
I think we're bringing
48-6, 48-4.
Yes. For the Spain South. This is not a debate. Come on. For the Spain South, you know better than that.
I understand discomfort here with the truth. Mr. Speaker, what we say that it is now a time, it is now a time,
Mr. Speaker, 48-1, I would not sit in this house as a practicing member of the faith for someone to politicize my faith. I will not sit in this house.
For the Spain South, let me beseech you. It's uncharacteristic of me, but let me beseech you, please. This is a greeting. This is not the time, the occasion, or the place, or the moment to engage in exactly what you know you're doing. This is just a simple greeting. Come on. I beseech you, stay relevant and stay.
Mr. Speaker, as I continue to deliver my greetings and entreaty to the spiritual Baptist faith, which has its origins in struggle, which has its origins, and I am preaching forgiveness. Maybe my words are falling on deaf ear, because I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that I am preaching and I am making a plea for unity, and for that unity to be led by the spiritual Baptist faith, because it has the potential and the history to do that at this time in Trinidad and Tobago. That's the theme of my speech. If I'm misunderstood, well, so as I continue, Mr. Speaker, we at this stage say this, and this is a fact. At this time, your faith cannot afford to be passive, because it is a fact that you will refuse permission to march in San Fernando. That is a fact.
Mr. Speaker, 48-4 is either the member takes his seat or the government will not continue to be part of this. This is beyond ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. 48-4.
For the Spain South, I am imploring you. I went so far as to beseech you. I am imploring you. St. Anne's East, did you want to say something? Yes. Did you want to say something?
Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to your discourse.
Oh, I perhaps was mistaken into thinking you wanted to say something. For the Spain South, let me implore you once again. This is a greeting. This is not a debate. It is a greeting. It is a salutation. Okay? I'm asking you, please. I'm imploring you. You know better than that. You and I have long history. You know better than that. Please. I'm imploring you. Let us just stick to what we're doing here. Simplicity has a beauty about it that gets lost in confusion.
I was stating the simple fact in bringing this greeting, a fact that cannot be eroded from our recent history, that the Shouter Spiritual Baptist faith was denied permission to march. If I'm saying
Mr.
something
Speaker,
is untrue, Mr. Speaker,
you just
can I be
ruled
allowed
on this
Mr.
particular
Speaker,
issue?
can I be allowed to make my, if I have said something that offends...
Mr. Speaker, 48.4 and 48.6 and 48.1.
Mr. Speaker, is that we say that that does not align with the freedoms that you have fought for, and we will ask that you again, as a faith who has endured, understand and bring your role to prominence as a leading force in Trinidad and Tobago, and not take your hard-earned freedoms for granted. That's the point I wish to make. Your rich history teaches Trinidad and Tobago that we are not defined solely by governance, and that we are empowered by your rich culture. We are strengthened by your rich traditions. We are defined by your fiery spirit. Through the sacred rhythms of your drums, which are central to you, it was always and continues to be a call for unity and strength, and particularly at this time. Make no mistake about it. I am of the respectful view, Mr. Speaker, that what has transpired to this faith, I ask them, are we now where every creed is finding an equal place? We call on you to help us to renew our spirit and our faith in Trinidad and Tobago. Once again, my beloved, you have shown, in light of refusals, that all is not lost for Trinidad and Tobago, because you understood and you understand. When you were told to be silent, you rose, not with weapons but with faith. You rang your bells not for noise but for a calling. Your voices were heard. They told you to stop shouting, but you did not stop shouting because you are a shouter Baptist. They told you to be quiet, but how can you silence the spirit? How can you silence the truth? They ban you from marching, but they cannot ban you from bruising your knees. We say to you, as was said by the prophet Jeremiah in chapter 20, verse 9, there's a fire that burns in my heart. I cannot hold it in. We in Trinidad and Tobago, we need that fire at this point in time. You have gone from struggle to purpose. My beloved brethren, I say to you today, you still bring hope for Trinidad and Tobago. But as Ecclesiastes says, to everything there's a season and a time to every purpose under the sun. And it is now your purpose to let your bells and your drums resound louder than ever in Trinidad and Tobago. From Cuba to Icarcus, from Scarborough to Port of Spain. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we say to you, and we say through you to this country, the story of the spiritual shouter Baptist teaches us that suppression of faith and the truth and culture is never sustainable. It reminds us every day that true nation building requires authenticity. As we face policies that challenges our very survival, the spiritual Baptist faith will remind us, Mr. Speaker, of the story of Ezekiel in the valley of the bones of the dead. In Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker, we will resuscitate and we will rise with the assistance and with the help of the shouter spiritual Baptist. So, again, my beloved, I say to you, let your message of faith, of love, of tolerance and resilience and forgiveness never die in this blessed country. And we in the People's National Movement, we salute you today. And I greet you, my brethren. And we want to say in this party here, we too have a leader who's a shouter, you know, but she shouts with the quiet resilience and acceptance that is not every shout must be loud. And that is the leadership that we have on this side. So as I greet you, and I will greet you in Sovereign Trace on Sunday and Monday, I greet you on this momentous occasion as we say to each other, hello. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister wishes to bring some greetings as well. I propose so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I join with our colleagues on both sides of the House on this very, very important occasion. And you may think I stand here and I'm dressed like this because I like the clothing. But I want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, I've never made it a secret that I was baptized in the Baptist faith. And so I joined my sister, Kamaruga Tableland, when she told this House, this is the time to make a joyful noise unto the Lord. Now is the time. And so as we celebrate on Monday, Spiritual Shouter Baptist Day, there's much to shout for. There's much to be grateful for. My brother from Tunapuna, he's also from South. He was also baptized in the Baptist faith. So when the member speaks about unity, this bench is a united bench from every faith, from every creed, from every race. And we are very proud of that. The Attorney General just told me, this is Trinidad and Tobago. This bench here, this is Trinidad and Tobago. So that is the unity we speak of. And I don't want to be boastful, but Prime Minister Pandey, late Prime Minister Pandey, was very instrumental in forwarding the faith, the Baptist faith. Because I think the member on the other side also said, recognize that. He understood what this land was about. Every creed, every race will find an equal place. And so I was Minister of Legal Affairs at the time when Mr. Pandey instructed, and I agreed. At first, we gave lands to the Baptists. Never forget that. We gave the lands to the Baptist faith. But we didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. So we don't just pay lip service to Spiritual Shouter Baptist Day and thump our chest and feel good about it. What have you done? What have we done as a people to promote the Shouter Baptists, the Spiritual Shouter Baptists, as we have done for every other faith in our land? And so with Mr. Pandey as Minister of Legal Affairs, I signed a deed to give them the lease of lands. But Mr. Speaker, we understand that land alone is not enough. I've always said a passport out of poverty, passport to a better life is education. Yes, yes, Minister, education. And thereafter, when I was Minister of Education, I worked with the Spiritual Shouter Baptists and did the primary school for them. And we didn't stop there. Didn't stop there because I'm bringing the greetings here to acknowledge that they are a very integral part of our nation. And so I didn't stop at the primary school. When I had a chance as Prime Minister, I then worked together with the great person she is, our mother, Archbishop Barbara Burke. I worked with her. And we then did the Early Childhood Care Center, an ECCA, preschool as you may call it. But I don't intend to stop there. My sister said, let's make a joyful noise unto the Lord. And therefore, my next step is to give the Shouter Baptist a secondary school. Yes. They have been asking for it, and how best can we celebrate? What is the best way? We don't make promises. PNM promises never materialize. PNM promises never materialize. And so you stand today, if hypocrisy had a name, it would be yours. If hypocrisy had a name, it would be PNM. Because you gave nothing to this great faith that has shaped me, my sister Michelle, Minister Alexander, and many others. That who we are today is because of that faith that we had. our faith in the Lord, in whichever way we worship. There was a fellow, his name was Satmaraj, a great late Satmaraj. When I first came into the Pandey cabinet, he said Pandey's cabinet had X and a half Hindu. I was a half Hindu. Because he knew, as many did, that I was baptized and brought up in the faith. So we make promises, yes, but this is a promise I intend to keep together with my government, my cabinet. Because whilst we provide for today, we must provide for tomorrow. We must provide for our children. And so they've been yearning, moaning, groaning, shouting, we want a secondary school. And cabinet, we agree, ministers, we will give to the Shelter Baptist their secondary school. We will work with them. So in this wonderful time, Minister Michelle Benjamin made a very important point. There was a time when she said about discrimination, and she tried to clear up some misconceptions, that persons of the faith were ashamed to be seen or heard talking in the faith of the spiritual Shelter Baptist. I knew that. I was a little child when my father took me down to Queen Anne Beach with my sisters and brothers, and we were baptized, and we continued to go to church and so on. Down in Pinal, there was a Baptist church there, Reverend Mother. They took us as little children, and they trained us. My father came from Brahmin Hindu Pandit, so that side of the family trained us as well. So I'm the half Hindu, half Baptist, but above all, I'm a child of God. I am a child of God. And we respect all faiths, and I'm saying we must provide for the future. On this great day then, Michelle Benjamin, Minister, I agree. Let us make a joyful noise unto the Lord. And let us remember we are all children of God. We are not of a lesser class. Mention, they were ashamed. You could imagine me. This little coolie girl from down wherever. Reverend Mother tied my head. She always talks about it, how she tied our heads and sent us forth to be good people. And so we do our best on this side. We don't make promises or stand up and say things. You've never done a single thing for the children of the faith.
Speaker, sorry. 48-4.
Yes,
Are you going to allow that word and Hansard
you cannot
in this parliament?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Speaker, are you going to allow that word and Hansard in this parliament? 48-4.
It's not a question of allowing the word, it's an anecdote being given. It's not a question of it being directed to anyone. I think we need to understand allowing words on Hansard has nothing to do with anecdotal evidence. It has to be if it's directed to members. Continue.
I call myself that because I know some others on that side do the same. I'm not ashamed. You said worse. You have said worse. You have said worse. So, Speaker, let me finish my greetings. I don't want to offend the chair. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words, all those words, will never hurt me. Never hurt me. And I close now. I say greetings to the spiritual Shelter Baptist. Greetings to the entire nation, Trinidad and Tobago, on this very important, when we can reach here now, 75 years later, Minister, you said, to reach where we are today, we are on a good footpath, we're in a good walkway, Minister Alexander, we are in a good place. This is Trinidad and Tobago, and we will fix it, and we will make TNT better. Blessings to each of you, and I thank you very much.
I understand the leader of the opposition wants a short.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me join with my colleague from Port of Spain South, as well as the Honorable Prime Minister, in recognizing and celebrating the Spiritual Baptist Liberation Day on the 30th of March. Commemorating the repeal of the 1951 Shelter Baptist Prohibition of 1917. that criminalized worship and empowered police to raid homes without warrants. Mr. Speaker, it's important to place on the record that in 2019, under the People's National Movement government, land was allocated to the Spiritual Baptists for the construction of our Spiritual Baptist Cathedral, administrative complex, a heritage park, confirmed in official government release. Mr. Speaker, I would just say to the Honorable Prime Minister that you may have the opportunity, as I had, to visit that facility, as I did on Monday, to see the building that has been constructed, the two-story administrative building, and there was a celebration there. So rather than say it hasn't been done, take the opportunity and visit. Right? Mr. Speaker, I also use the opportunity, of course, to acknowledge the Honorable Basti Pandey, who was responsible for ensuring that that holiday was allocated to the Spiritual Shelter Baptists. In March of 2025, the sum of $20 million was also handed over to the Baptist community by then Prime Minister Stuart Young, so that, Mr. Speaker, as you said, this is about greetings, and it's unfortunate that, we have to get to the stage where someone will boast about what they did and accuse others of not doing anything. Yeah, but Prime Minister, you followed suit, right? And
let's not have cross-border.
And I simply want to say that it is important for us to recall that period when the Shouter Baptists were not able to celebrate their religion and not able to practice their religion. Fortunately, that is not the case today, and we can all attend their various celebrations. We recognize that the message they give to the people of Trinidad and Tobago is one of hope. The message they give that notwithstanding your history, notwithstanding the fact that legislation can be passed to deny any person who practices a particular religion from stopping that, the opportunity is there in this Parliament for us to change that. And that is what has taken place, and today we celebrate that. Mr. Speaker, I too, like many of us here, may not be a spiritual Baptist. I'm an Anglican. But I think every single member of Parliament here, at some point in time, has had the opportunity to attend, whether it be an activity organized by the Spiritual Baptists, the Shouter Baptists, and to have the benefit of their religion, have the benefit of their culture, have the benefit of their practices, and recognize that one of the greatest things about Trinidad and Tobago as a multicultural, multi-religious society is to recognize, to accept and acknowledge that people should have the right to practice their religion. So as we celebrate that holiday on Monday, on behalf of the People's National Movement, and recognizing that Dr. Eric Williams, the founding father of our nation, he too recognized the importance of the Spiritual Baptists. And we in the People's National Movement have always recognized and acknowledged the Baptists, the Spiritual Baptists, the Shouter Baptists. And we want to join with the entire country, the People's National Movement, my entire bench, and my colleagues. And we say on the 30th of March to the entire Baptist community, Happy Spiritual Shouter Baptist Day. Thank you.
Honourable members, I too should like to crave your indulgence to join as we share in this commemorative spirit of reflection on the observance of Spiritual Baptist Shouter Liberation Day. Today, well, Monday that is, we pause as a nation to commemorate what can only be described as a defining chapter in our history, one that speaks to the resilience of faith, the courage of conviction, and the enduring struggle for dignity and recognition. Spiritual Shouter Baptist Liberation Day marks the repeal of the Shouter Prohibition Ordinance of 1917, a wicked and oppressive law that sought to suppress the religious expression of the spiritual Baptist community. For 7.5 decades, faithful adherents were marginalized, oppressed, criminalized, stigmatized, and denied the most fundamental right of any human being, that is, the right to worship freely. Yet, through their unwavering perseverance and steadfast belief, they resisted that oppression and ultimately secured justice for themselves. This day, therefore, is not only a celebration of spiritual liberation, but it is also a poignant and powerful reminder of the very foundational principles of what democracy stands for: freedom of conscience, respect for diversity, and the rule of law. As we reflect on the significance of this journey within the context of our Parliament and our nation, the institution we serve must always stand as a guardian of rights, a forum in which all voices, regardless of origin, belief, or background, are respected and heard. The history of the spiritual Baptist community reminds us that the law must never be an instrument of oppression and exclusion, but rather a shield for liberty and a sword for justice. The spiritual Baptist faith has contributed richly to the cultural and spiritual mosaic of our nation. Its vibrant traditions, its emphasis on spiritual empowerment, and its legacy of resistance continue to inspire generations. Today, we honor not only the struggles of the past, but also the enduring strength and vitality of a community that has helped shape our national identity through its leaders, teachers, mothers, shepherds, bishops, and archbishops. Notably, the foundations of this faith draw from the rich confluence of Christian, Afrocentric, and Indo-influenced religious traditions. This fusion has produced a unique spiritual expression, one defined by sacred rituals, powerful rhythms, and deep communal bonds that shape the lived experience of its followers. In essence, it represents the quintessence of the melting pot that is Trinidad and Tobago. At its core, the spiritual Baptist faith promotes values that resonate universally: discipline through fasting and mourning, guidance through teaching, and a steadfast commitment to respect, honesty, humanity, morality, and strong family life. Let us therefore use this occasion to recommit ourselves to the values of tolerance, inclusion, and mutual respect. In a society as diverse as ours, unity is not found in uniformity, but in our shared commitment to uphold each other's rights and dignity. May this day serve both as a celebration and a call to action, a reminder that the freedoms we enjoy today are not to be taken for granted, but that they were hard-won, and that it is our collective duty to protect and preserve them for future generations. I extend warm greetings to the spiritual Baptist community and to all citizens observing this important national religious occasion. Thank you very much. As I said before, we also celebrate Easter. So can I invite a member from Mayaro to bring greetings?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening on behalf of the government, members of Parliament, and more so on behalf of the Prime Minister, to offer greetings to the Christian community for the upcoming celebration of Easter, but also to congratulate those who have been undertaking the spiritual journey of the Holy Lenten season. While many may see Easter as just 3 days culminating Holy Thursday, when Jesus was captured, and Good Friday when he was crucified, and then Easter Sunday when he was resurrected, Easter in itself represents a journey, a spiritual journey. On Sunday, a significant part of that journey is celebrated as we observe Palm Sunday, which marks the jubilant celebration of Jesus entering Jerusalem, where the people laid palms on the ground for him to ride on. Palm Sunday, which beckons the Holy Week, symbolizes that the joys that Christians face around the world as they welcome Jesus into their hearts. As Holy Week progresses, it is a time when the Christian community must engage in its most critical form of introspection, where we ask ourselves, what is the meaning of Easter? What is the meaning of Jesus dying on the cross? That meaning is repeated so many times when we recall the passion of Jesus Christ, from the moment when he was arrested in the Garden of Gethsemane and when he was crucified on the cross. That meaning of Easter is selfless love and sacrifice. On Holy Thursday, as Jesus prayed in the Garden of Gethsemane before he was arrested, he said to the Lord, "Father, if you are willing, remove this cup from me. Nevertheless, not my will be done, but yours." Jesus puts the salvation of humanity above his own fears. On Good Friday, on the cross, as they crucified him, he said to the Lord, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do." Jesus puts the forgiveness of others above his own pain. Even more important, God himself chose to sacrifice his own son, who resurrected on Easter to save the world. Easter teaches us that we must sacrifice selflessly and love selflessly to help rebuild the broken lives around us. Today, selfless sacrifice and selfless love is a trademark and foundation of our Prime Minister. Selfless sacrifice and selfless love is a trademark of this government. Selfless sacrifice to uplift the broken, selfless sacrifice to uplift the hurt and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, in Holy Week, many of us as Christians, we also listen to the song, "How Great Thou Art." And that song reflects on us the strength of God in us. And many times this government has had to reflect on the strength of God as we work to correct the wrongs of the last 10 years. Many of us in this government, led by our Prime Minister, have been forced to take the strength of God to correct the destruction and desolation caused by those before us, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, I will go back to my message, Mr. Speaker.
These are greetings.
I will go back to my greetings because we reflect on the strength of God, Mr. Speaker. So as I offer greetings to all those throughout our nation, on behalf of the Prime Minister and on behalf of the government members of Parliament, I urge us all to become selfless as we work towards building a better nation. I wish you, on behalf of the Prime Minister, a blessed Holy Week and Happy Easter. Thank you very much.
They go back to Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you I will not try to claim Easter for the PNM or politicize it in any way. One of the points made by the previous speaker was that Easter is a journey, and I think it is incumbent on me to illustrate this by demonstrating that the Easter journey begins with Lent on Ash Wednesday. And that period of Lent, that 40-day period, is a season of preparation for Easter. And it is symbolic of the 40 days that Jesus spent in the desert. After he was baptized by John the Baptist, he was sent into the desert by the Holy Spirit, and he was tempted by the devil in those 40 days. And it is said that during those 40 days, he did not eat or drink. And from thence comes the whole concept of Lent, which begins on Ash Wednesday, where Christians are required to give up something. Most Christians will give up meat and things of that nature. Some will give up alcohol, and others will give up other worldly pleasures, Mr. Speaker. That is the whole concept of Lent. Lent then takes us into, Lent lasts for 40 days, and it begins on Ash Wednesday and technically ends on Holy Thursday, which is the commemoration of the Last Supper. However, most Christians and Catholics will continue the fasting and devotion that takes place during the period of Lent all the way up to Holy Saturday. And let me now deal with Holy Week, because the speaker before us mentioned it, but I think it's important to understand it. Holy Week begins on Palm Sunday, which is when Jesus went into Jerusalem and was treated as a king, with the use of palm branches, which is a symbolic instrument to denote a king. After Palm Sunday came Holy Monday. And on Holy Monday, Jesus went into the temple, and for the second time, it is believed, cleansed the temple and removed all the money lenders and all of the vendors that found themselves in the temple. He chased them out. This happened before, at a previous time in Jesus' ministry. On Holy Tuesday, Jesus went back to the temple and started to educate and teach. He also taught on the Mount of Olives. On Wednesday, Holy Wednesday, or Spy Wednesday, that's called by some, is a very important day, because on that day, Judas came to the scribes and the Pharisees, came to those who were plotting to kill Jesus, and agreed to betray Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. I'm preaching, yes. After Wednesday, it takes us to Holy Thursday, which is also called Maundy Thursday. And on Maundy Thursday, Mr. Speaker, we have the commemoration of the Last Supper, which also involves the washing of the feet. For those of you who are Catholic, for those of us who are Catholics, when you go to church on Holy Thursday, the priest symbolically washes the feet of some of the congregation. On Holy Thursday, Jesus also found himself in the Garden of Gethsemane, and he was betrayed on that same night by Judas, who came, and it is said he told the soldiers, "Look for the one that I kiss on the cheek," and that is Jesus, because not everybody knew who Jesus was. So on Thursday, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to be serious. I don't know why they think it's funny. On Thursday, you have the celebration of the Last Supper. And then that takes us into Good Friday, the trials of Jesus, the crucifixion, his death, his burial. On Saturday is a very solemn day, Holy Saturday. It's a day of peace and quiet as Jesus is resting in the tomb. And on Sunday, he is resurrected from the dead. And the heart of the miracle of Easter lies in the resurrection, which is Jesus' victory over sin and death. And if we look at all the four Gospels, all of them give an account of the crucifixion, the burial, and the resurrection. And in particular, if you look at the Gospels, if anyone is a student of theology, if you look at the Gospels, you will know that Luke, who was a physician, his style is a polished Greek style. If one looks at Mark was poetic. If one looks at Matthew was more of a down-to-earth person, a very fast-paced gospel. And for those of you who want to study the whole question of the biblical account of the crucifixion of Jesus, his burial, and his resurrection, I suggest that you look at the gospel according to Matthew. It gives the best account of what happened at that time. But for us Christians, Mr. Speaker, Easter is the most important Christian celebration and festival of the year. The birth being the second most important, that is at Christmas time. And we Christians believe that Easter celebrates the victory of God over sin. Jesus was sacrificed for our sins and died for us, descended into hell, and on the third day he rose again, and 40 days afterwards. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, the 40-day period occurs throughout the Bible. The Jesus was tempted for 40 days in the desert. Lent is for 40 days. And after the resurrection of Jesus on Easter Sunday, you have a 40-day period where Jesus appears to various people and then ascends into heaven on the 40th day after Easter Sunday. So there is a lot in this for those who are interested. But for us Christians, Mr. Speaker, at the end of it all, I would read Psalm 118. It says it beautifully and best. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. The Lord has risen, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, before I give my greetings, I should like to thank the member for that tutorial and history lesson he has just given us. So I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I too should like to join in offering tributes on the commemoration of the sacred season of Easter, which will be celebrated on Monday, April 6th. Today we gather in reflection and in hope as we mark the observance of Easter, a time that stands at the very heart of the Christian faith. It is a season that speaks not only to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ, but also to the enduring promise that life, in all its fullness, will always triumph, and that life in itself is ever eternal and never ending. As the great English writer once said, in the deepest despair of our darkest winters, there lies in each of us an eternal summer of hope. Easter calls us to remember that even in the most uncertain and difficult moments, renewal is possible. The empty tomb is not only a symbol of faith, it is a powerful testament to transformation, sacrifice, and the boundless grace that invites humanity to begin again. In reflecting on this sacred occasion, we are guided by the profound messages shared over the years by the Holy See, who has consistently reminded the world that Easter is not just an event of the past, but it is a living message for the present. In various messages, there has been one constant recurring theme, one constant urging, which is to let the risen Savior enter our lives, welcome him as a friend with trust, and to recognize that hope is not an abstract idea, but a force that must be lived through acts of compassion, justice, and solidarity. Easter also challenges us to move beyond indifference, to care for the vulnerable, and to build bridges where there are divisions. In a world often marked by conflict, inequality, and uncertainty, this call resonates deeply. We must become instruments of peace, bearers of mercy, and defenders of human dignity. As a nation, this message could not be more timely. Easter invites us collectively and individually to renew our commitment to one another, to act and serve each other with humility and grace, to lead with courage. It reminds us that true leadership is rooted not in power, but in service. Indeed, service to man is service to God. It reminds us not to walk with division, but in unity. Let this Easter be more than a moment of observance. Let it be a turning point where we recommit ourselves to the values that bind us together as a people. May the Spirit of the risen Christ inspire all of us to rise above our challenges, to heal that which is broken, and to work tirelessly for a future that reflects the very best of who we are. That is the essence of humanity itself. I extend to all citizens a peaceful, blessed, and hopeful Easter. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I propose now to put the question. The question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? All right. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed. Good night, everyone, and may you enjoy your holidays. Thank you very much.